Ok. Butler Gaming è pronto a piangere questa sera. Si piange. Siete pronti a piangere? Io sì. No, non lo so se sono pronto. Tea Party. Questo è sempre il solito. Please pull up a seat and window down. Was your sojourn on Rokkenjima a pleasant one? The Golden Witch has gifted you with an invitation to her tea party. I hope that you will participate. Non voglio premere ok, ma andiamo. When I came to, all was silent. The lights were dim, and yet the room felt large. What on earth is this? I was sitting in what seemed to be a very small, single sofa. Luci negli occhi. Wow. Luci di merda. Meglio. Meglio però un pochino di illuminazione. Ok, un poco. Ok. I was sitting in what seemed to be a very small single sofa. It was very constricting and there seemed to be several more of them off to each side of me. Once I noticed that, I realized that I was in theater. Where on earth am I? I don't know how long I've been here, and more importantly, I don't know where this is. Beatrice's funeral ended, everyone went back to the mansion, and after that my memory gets fuzzy, and I can't recall anything else. Then I was surprised to notice the presence of another person. Apparently I wasn't the only one sitting in the audience seating of this vast theater. The sound that had come from a seat to the side of mine. The sound had come from a seat to the side of mine. When I looked, I saw a girl sitting several seats off to my left. It was a face I have never seen before. I wonder who she was. She looked like a high schooler or a college student, about the same age as I was. She groaned. Apparently, she had just woken up. I didn't want to scare her, so I decided to introduce myself first. Hello. Apparently, she was equally surprised to find someone other than herself here. She jumped when she heard my greeting. Who on earth are you? I feel the same way. It seems that neither of us is in here of our own accord. Is that the one-winged crest? Do you recognize this crest? She looked suspiciously at the one-winged crest emblazoned on my collar. Her stare, which was unmoving but not openly hostile, wasn't exactly pleasant for me. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Ushiromiya Leon. Ushiromiya? Huh? What? Leon. Written as... it's pronounced Leon. Pretty strange name, don't you think? No stranger than mine. But I'll have to apologize. I don't know who you are. That's hardly surprising. Since I don't know you either. That's not what I meant. Who are you? There's no one like you in the Ushiromiya family. And why are you so sure? Do you have something to do with my family? I am a member of the Ushiromiya family. But that's... She showed me her left sleeve and the crest of the one-winged eagle emblazoned upon it. I regret having to ask you the same question, but Who are you? I never seen you in the Ushiromiya family. First they tear me into little bits, then they make me read. What's next? What witch am I supposed to be entertaining this time? She spat out those words and seemed to be complaining about something. Enge. I am Ushiromiya Enge, Rudolph and Kirie's daughter. What? Enge-chan? You're supposed to be 16 years old. 6 years old. I was 6 during the year of the final family conference on Rokkenjima. Now I get it. So, you're from the year 1986. I'm 18, and I'm from the year 1998. In other words, you're the Enge-chan of 12 years in the future. I'm glad you can wrap your head around it. But unfortunately, I don't have a clue who you are. Who are you? Who are your parents? My father is Kraus, and Natsu is my mother. That would make you Jessica Onechan. Jessica is my little sister. What's going on? Wasn't Jessica-chan Jessica Nechan an only child? By this point, I was starting to figure out the situation this Enge had come from. She's probably from the world where I awakened as a witch, the world where Leon doesn't exist. It would be a bit difficult to explain, but think of it this way. In a world slightly different from the one you know, I am also a member of the Ushiromiya family. In your world, a different fate leads me to walk a different path through life, so that I do not live as a Ushiromiya family member. Are you a witch? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm just an ordinary human. What I just told you is something I heard from the witch called Ben Castel-san. Ben Castel? That one with the long blue hair and gloomy face. Yes, that probably describes her, I think. In other words, I'm being forced to play along with another witch's farce. Just where is this place? I only woke up a second ago myself. I wonder where this is. Looks like a theater. Are we supposed to watch a play or something? I'm really not in the mood right now. Let's look for an exit. You haven't noticed yet. Look. These are... Clank. I finally noticed both of my wrists and ankles had chains attached to them. As long as I sat here, I had enough slack that I could move about a little, but it looked like there wouldn't be nearly enough for me to get out of this place. Who would do something like this? Once a witch has made you her peace, you'll be their plaything forever. There's no way to escape. Enge crossed her legs, making the chains clank together. She must realize that no amount of struggling will break these chains, that getting panicky won't accomplish anything. She seemed to have nerves of steel. What do you mean a witch's peace? It's like being their slave. I made a deal once. I said I wanted to see my family, to bring them back from that day. In exchange for making that a possibility, that witch turned me into a witch's peace. At least the witch kept her promise. I was able to see Oni-chan again. You mean Butler-kun? Well, I wasn't even able to tell him who I was. And in exchange for that short bit of time, I'm now trapped inside a witch's toy box for all eternity. Looks like you are too. What bargain did you make? I didn't. You never asked the witch for anything. Never. She taught me what a miracle my existence is. That's all. Either way, neither of us is getting out of here. Okay, which is... What kind of show do you have for us this time? Have we moved from reading aloud to theater going? Am I supposed to watch someone else read aloud this time? Or what? If that's it, then start it up. I'm bored enough as it is. NJ yelled to the pitch-black stage. Her voice reverberated throughout the theater, but no one gave an answer. No, someone did. And that was also in a voice that rang out across the theater. However, that voice sounded theatrical, as though someone was announcing the start of a play. Oh, Eva Beatrice. What happened on that day, you ask? I'm not telling. Why don't you just give up and die? Was that the voice of... the whole egg? It was Aunt Eva's voice. What does she mean by what happened on that day? She's talking about the 4th and 5th of October in the year of 1986. The day of the final family conference on Rokkenjima. In other words, today. Today is October 4th, 1986. As a prelude to the family conference, Beatrice's funeral was held. That's a surprise. So, you've come here from October 4th, 1986. Tell me, what happened during those 2 days? The answer she seeks is inside the Catbox. Even I can tell her nothing except that there was a tragic misunderstanding of the heart. However, I doubt that explanation would satisfy her. È vero, Leon è lui, loro, them, ok? Sono nella loro timeline, nel loro mondo, nel loro cachera, come cavolo si chiama, il loro frammento, è il 4 ottobre 1986. Ma però Leon sa degli omicidi perché Willard gli ha fatto vedere tutti i 6 giochi precedenti. Quindi sa di Beatrice, sa degli omicidi, ma non sono successi nella sua timeline perché non c'è Beatrice. Then a pillar of bright light pierced the stage, e anche perché non è ancora passato il tempo, anche se fosse. Oh, tornata Claire. There stood a figure in white. That figure, clothed in a white dress, was obviously Claire. Of course, ENG didn't recognize her. She looked suspicious, apparently wondering who in the world this was. However, even I felt as though something was wrong. Didn't she settle all of her regrets in that funeral a short while ago, before being sent off into the next world? She stood all alone in the narrow beam of light in the center of the stage, and the expression on her face was lifeless. The light began to grow brighter and brighter. It shone more and more fiercely on her until it became blinding just to look at her. The world was enveloped by a light so bright that we couldn't keep our eyes open. Enveloped by a sound like wind and television static, and our minds began to go blank. Sì, lo so che ogni tanto glitcha, e sapete perché? Perché il PC è troppo... ha troppe risorse usate in questo stesso momento, perché sta finendo di renderizzare l'episodio 10 di Dark Souls. Manca 1 minuto e 20, quindi bear with me, poi chiudo, cioè Premiere finisce il processo, lo chiudo e dovrebbe andare tutto a posto. Se non va tutto quanto bene, riavvio la telecamera un attimo. Bear with me un altro minutino, 2, 3, perché dopo deve finire anche di fare l'encoding. Wow! They're blooming wonderfully again this year. Must be a pain to take care of all of these. Pretty easy for us though, just looking at them. I agree. We've got to thank the people who take care of them for us. It is a bit lacking in grace. I prefer the way it used to be before Nissan decided to meddle with it. The old ones did have their charms. Did have their charm, didn't they? Ooh, I love roses. I'd like them even more if they didn't have thorns. Ooh. Now I remember this old garden. I'd totally forgotten about it these past 6 years. It has been a long time for you. Both you and this garden have changed so much. Let me introduce you. This is Canon-kun, one of our servants. This is the first time you've met Butler, right? Pleased to meet you. Can just call me Butler. Nice to meet you. Shannon's here too today. Remember when we used to play together? Shannon-chan. I'd totally forgotten. That really takes me back. How she's been doing? She has blossomed into a beautiful young lady over the last 6 years. You should say hi to her later on. Shannon and George-nichan are really good friends. Ooh. Maria. Shh. That's a secret. If you would, everyone, allow me to guide you to the guest house. After enjoying the lovely welcome provided by the roses, the relatives followed Goda into the direction of the guest house. E tra l'altro davanti a Canon, tra l'altro, che adesso penso che stia morendo dentro. Tweaking. October 4th, 1986. Rokkenjima. A world without Leon. The day of the Ushiromiya family's conference. A mysterious letter that Maria read aloud after dinner, just as she had been told to. The writer of the letter claimed to be the Golden Witch Beatrice and challenged the family. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, otherwise I will take everything. It was the letter that declared the start of Beatrice's game, just as he had appeared in so many games before. Had an unknown person appeared to complicate the inheritance problem? Where was the 20 billion yen's worth of gold hidden? What was the purpose of this letter? For what goal had it been written? Who on earth was this Beatrice? Ciao Luke. It was that tangled web of suspicion and paranoia that had been a constant in every game. The dinner of October 4th. George-kun, I'm sorry, but could you take the others and go back to the guest house? My apologies. Shannon, take the children to the guest house. We will move straight onto the family conference. Yes, as you wish. Beatrice, the Golden Witch. What a fascinating letter you've sent us. She's telling us to solve the epitaph? Ridiculous. That gold belongs to us. Why would we ever give it up to some outsider? If we could just find that gold, we'll all be happy. No one had to lose anything. Let's go, everyone. Looks like it'll be adult time from here on out. Give me a break. Sounds like things are going to get complicated. Come on, Maria. Let's go. Beato's ritual has begun. Okay, everyone. I shall guide you to the guest house. What's all of this about? Probably a replay of one of the old games, or else an entirely new one. In all the games, October 4th happens in pretty much the same way. New game? You mean a tale that hasn't appeared in any of the fragments so far? There's no way they'd go to the trouble of chaining us down if they just wanted to show us a game we already know. We should probably assume it's a new game. That means there should be a game master. Who is it? That witch? Ben Castle? I can't imagine so. Claire should have vanished already. There should be no need to spin up a new tale. Beato's game board was hijacked by those evil witches long ago. Even Beato is nothing more than a piece in their games. Just who is behind this, and what are they after? What do they want to show us? Before this tale began, Claire definitely appeared on the stage. She is me from a world of a different fate, and the teller of the tale that is Beatrice's game. However, didn't she entrust everything to Will and have all of her riddles solved? There should be no need for her to make new riddles. In that case, is Berncastle using this tale to test me? Along with Will, I have at least touched the deepest depths of this tale and understood the culprit's heart. So, even if an entirely new tale presents itself, I should be able to see through the riddles. Is that what my role is? My role is to teach ENG about the truth of this tale? Do you know? Do you know the truth of this tale? I have several theories. Still, none of those can give me a conclusive answer. The truth is always inside the Catbox. I can't say anything for sure. In this world, ENG is absent on this day, so it's only natural that she doesn't know what happened. However, at the very least, I do know who the culprit is and what they were trying to do. Yes, I think I finally understood my role in this. What do you mean? Apparently, you're here as a theater goer, and I'm here to explain things. And what are you supposed to be explaining? I know who's behind the crime that's about to occur. What did you say? Thinking about this normally, the only explanation I see is that someone's trying to make us solve the epitaph, aiming to grab the gold for themselves. I agree. If they already solved it, they could just stake it. There'd be no need to challenge us to solve the riddle. It's a prank by one of the servants. They're hoping to pick up the scraps from the celebration if the gold is found. I cannot imagine that any of our servants would do such a thing. Or maybe one of us sent the letter pretending to be a servant. If that's it, you're the most suspicious one. You schooled Maria-chan on her part and made her read the letter, didn't you? I wouldn't do that. Give it a rest, Eva. We can't jump to conclusions. Isn't this the time for us all to stick together? That's right. The aim of this letter probably is to disrupt our unity. The more we let it affect us, the more things go the way this Beatrice who sent it. Kirie-san's right. Wouldn't it be best to simply ignore a letter like that from the start? This is what I've been saying this whole time. This sort of prank is not worth considering. Yes. Yes. That's it. Yes, that's it exactly. If a couple improbable claims for damages got you flustered, you'll never be able to sell anything. My husband's right. This is a child's prank, and taking it seriously is just a waste of time. If someone's really wanted to shake up the inheritance issue, they'd come forward boldly instead of using something this roundabout. You've got it right there. Someone probably wants to make us think there's another person trying to make demands about the inheritance, when their real goal is to just pick up the scraps. I wonder if they'll ask for some hush money in exchange for staying out of the inheritance issue. If that were the case, they would have written it into the letter already. And the letter is just a challenge, telling us to solve the epitaph or have everything taken from us. The culprit is trying to make us solve the epitaph's riddle. Nothing more, nothing less. So it's simple. If we let this letter scare us, we lose. Yes, I agree. After that big mysterious show, like something out of a mystery novel, we've all gotten carried away. It shows how tense we all are. But who did it? Such an aggravating thing to do. If it wasn't a servant, then one of us must have written it. I'm not naming names, of course. Stop it. I really know nothing about this. Settle down. Anyway, what this letter says does make a bit of sense. All of us need money. And, if possible, we need it right away. None of us here have any objections to that, right? Of course not. Who'd object to money or love? We don't know when Father's inheritance will come to us. However, the goal of the epitaph is different. If we find it, we could just split it there and then and there. In a sense, it's even closer to us than the inheritance is. Assuming we can solve the epitaph. Everyone here has made their own attempts at the riddle, yes? Curious asked at the room at large, and everyone wordlessly nodded back. We have a whole 4 people who inherit the blood of the one who made that riddle, and we're all tackling it individually. That doesn't sound very efficient, does it? True. We've all been greedy and tried to go it alone. However, we already reached a decision about how we'll split the gold up if it's found, and about acknowledging Anki as the successor. Though you demanded quite a lot in exchange. I wonder if we can solve the epitaph if we pool our efforts and work together. 2 heads are better than 1, and here we are 7. Today we reach a general agreement about the inheritance problem. Why not take a shot at the epitaph for a bit of fun on the side? a bit of fun on the side. Nice idea. Let's give it a try and call it a break. It's ridiculous. There is no... Take it easy. Just think of it as a game. We'll have Goda-san bring us something cool to drink. We can take a break and all play with riddles as a big bunch of siblings for once. Well, the night is long. It would be at least more productive than pointless inquire regarding father's health. I'll ring up Goda-san. He'll bring us something. Some tea, snacks, and... Oh, could you ask him for a map of Taiwan? Two figures could be seen in the rose garden arbor. It was George and Shannon's secret meeting. I want you to take this ring. George-sama, I swear to love you all my life, not just while we're young. I swear to love you and keep you happy until we grow old and go to our graves. And there's any lies in your words? Are there any lies in your words? Nope, none. I'm confident in my resolve to love you and build a happy household together with you. And what would this happy household be like? Well, it'll be full of happiness. We'll have a house with a car and a garden. And one dog. The garden will be a vegetable garden. The kids will run around and we'll smile down on them from the balcony. That's what our typical future Sunday will look like. That would be wonderful. What? Those two are a couple? Why are you so goddamn loud? Ho aggiunto io. Maria will wake up. Oh, right. So that's how it is, huh? Now that you mention it, they seem to have a pretty good mood going on there. That's right. We're all about the age where you fall in love. We've changed a lot in the last 6 years. George Neeson used to be a bit unreliable, but he isn't anymore. That's what I thought. George Aniki's got one of those air of dignity things around him. But still, Shannon-chan and George Aniki, that's a bit unexpected. They played together often enough 6 years ago, but I didn't think they were that close. Well, 6 years is a long time. The last 6 years have been huge for us all. Yeah. Honestly, so much happened to me over the past 6 years that I pretty much forgot about Rokkenjima. Yeah, and I almost totally forgot about you as well. Oh, that really hurts. Talking together like this, it felt as though we'd been transported 6 years into the past. Those 6 years were so long that I almost forgot everything. And yet it's coming back to me, bit by bit. Shannon-chan, 6 years ago you were part of our group, and we played together a lot, didn't we? Back then, I think I might have liked Shannon-chan. That was the age when we were all overly self-conscious, in love with love. I recall bittersweet memories of jokes involving melodramatic, flippant words. That takes me back. I think I remember saying all kinds of stuff and that I'd be too embarrassed to say now. Just remembering it makes my face go red. Vedi che se lo ricorda. Semplicemente non gli ha dato la stessa importanza. E quella è la parte triste. Cioè adesso se l'è dimenticato, ma ci è voluto un attimo, se l'è ricordato. Ma non è stato così fondamentale per lui. Lui era un bambino scemo che ha detto una cosa stupida. E però Shannon non l'ha presa nella stessa maniera, perché come ho detto prima ha avuto una vita difficilissima e lui era la sua unica escape, ok? La prima persona di cui si è innamorata, la prima persona con cui riusciva a stare bene, che non vedeva l'ora di rivedere, che gli ha dato con questa frase una via di fuga. e ha dato a questa cosa un'importanza enorme quando non avrebbe dovuto. Shannon might be a scatterbrain, but her memory is incredible. Guess I'll just have to ask her about your dark, embarrassing story. Quit it! That was 6 years ago, so give me a break. I see. So, Shannon-chan is going out with George Aniki. What am I thinking? Could it be jealousy? I didn't really think about it up until now, but the thing Shannon-chan and I had back then was probably my first love. Well, it's not like I have any right to be jealous after forgetting the whole thing until we met again. Everyone knows that Dad's old home was Taisho in Taiwan. Father still chews areca nuts from time to time in memory of Taiwan. Apparently, he got hooked on that instead of smoking when he was young. But there must have been countless rivers there with sweet fish swimming in them. There's an endless number of streams that are famous sweet fish fishing spots. You could probably have found sweet fish living in every body of clear water. We're completely stuck. Could it be nearby? Could it be some nearby creek that Father used to play in as a kid? He said sweet fish, but maybe we're looking for something more like carp? Or it could be some sort of metaphor. The river isn't necessarily a river with water flowing through it. What do you mean by that? Well now, who knows? Kirie has a point there. Isn't it a bit too early to be sure that Taiwan is the home of old and that this Sweetfish River is a river with water flowing down it? If we look at it that way, we're just stuck again. The more you think about this puzzle, the harder it seems. That's it. This is just a silly puzzle. Kirie-san is right. We need to be flexible in our thinking. If we are looking for the river near Taisho, that would have to be the Tamsui River. Are you even listening? We just said that it might not be the kind of river with water flowing down it. Is there any proof that this river is a Sweetfish River? You're right, I'm sorry. Well, it probably did have sweet fish in it. I mean, it's literally called freshwater river. Makes sense for a freshwater fish, like sweet fish, would be swimming in it. Sweet fish are freshwater fish, so a sweet fish river would be a freshwater river. Is that how we get to Tamsui River? Quite the word game. Now that's an interesting theory. Let's advance our reasoning a bit further. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. What's the name of the town at the mouth of Tamsui River? It says Tamsui here. I went sightseeing in Tamsui. It was a calm and gentle harbor town. Beautiful sunsets. In that village, you will find the shore the two spoke of. No, really. It doesn't ring any bells. I guess the beloved home of old doesn't refer to Taiwan. It might be Odawara after all. If we can't discount any possibility, then we won't get anywhere. We can't even get past the first line of the epitaph. Quiet, you're distracting me. It has to be Taiwan. Father wouldn't describe any other place as beloved. That is one thing we can agree upon. To this very day, Taiwan is the homeland of Father's heart. Now kiss. It's probably best if we don't spend too much time on the first line. I'm going to take a look at the other lines. Just a quick peek, starting at the first twilight. Me too. I leave the sweet fish river to you, Aniki, and have a go at the second half. On the first twilight, sacrifice the sixth chosen by the key. How mysterious. I've got it! Eva suddenly muttered. All of the others spun around to look at her. Eva flipped through the pages about Taiwan with incredible force, then found the page she was looking for and slammed the book open so hard that it almost tore. This whole time they had been looking at pages with place names. For as far as the overall mass of information went, those had seemed to be the most useful pages to start from. However, the page that Eva opened to was very limited in the scope of its information. It was a map of railway lines. As you travel down it, you will see a village. A village. There it is! The village! What are you talking about, Eva? Explain yourself. Quiet! There's a shore too, and a mouth for speak. Not sure what it means by the two, but there definitely is a village and a shore and a mouth. This is definitely the village where the key to the gold sleeps. Calm down. Explain it so we can understand too. The Tamsui line? I see. So the Sweetfish River was actually a railway called the Tamsui line? Well, I doubt there are any sweetfish swimming there. Look! If we follow the Tamsui line, there's a station that used to be known as Kirigan. Look at the characters it's written with. There's a village, mouth, and a shore. Oh, she's right! There's a village, mouth, and shore. As you travel down it, you will see a village. True, that's the only station on the Tamsui line that has the character for village in its name. It's like a code pointing towards the station's name. This has to be it. There's no doubt. We just need to look a bit further, then we'll definitely find out what the two speak of means. Look! This is it! This is it! The town near the station is also called Kirigan, but with a mouth in the second character. That makes a total of 2 mouths in Kirigan. Is that the two speak? Incredible, Nathan! This has to be it! Does this mean that the key is hidden somewhere in this town of Kirigan? I wonder. The whole riddle so far has been a word game. If so, isn't it likely that the sleeping key is also a word game? I agree. On the first twilight, the key selects 6 sacrifices, right? So it's hard to imagine that it's actually something key-shaped. This is getting damn interesting. Sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. Let's think of a key that's somehow related to this. And let's break down this name, Kirigan. I'm absolutely sure that this is a word game. It has to be. Think, everyone. It's funny, isn't it? If I were alone, this kind of rain would get me down, but it feels nice and cool when you're by my side. It's about time for us to head back. I'm keeping Kanon-kun waiting. You're right. and have probably kept just Jessica-chan and Butler-kun waiting. It brings back good memories. Remember when the four of us used to play together? It was a lot of fun back then too. To me, it's a lot more fun now, because I got you all to myself. Oh, George-sama. They laugh at George's melodramatic line. However, George's laugh seemed just slightly forced. George-sama? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I guess I still have a bit of a complex about Butler-kun. A complex? Like Uncle Rudolph is lively, interesting, and just full of energy. He's a much more charming person than I am. I can tell how much he outshines me when we're together. That's not true. You're an accomplished and charming man. You aren't inferior to Butler-sama in any way. Really? Yes, really. The truth is, when I heard that Butler-kun would be coming back this year, I felt unhappy about it at first. Why? 6 years ago, Butler-kun was the one who was really close to you. I wanted to get close to you, but I just couldn't manage to get between the two of you. You two just looked made for each other, and all I could do was watch on longingly. Is that how you remember it? I don't really think we are made for each other. It was just Butler-sama teasing me. You two were the perfect couple. There's no doubt about it. I was sure that you two were going out. That never happened. You're just thinking too much. I really am pathetic. I was afraid that I hand you this ring today and you'd refuse. Why is that? Why should I refuse your ring, George-san? Because Butler-kun came back. I was afraid that deep down you still might like Butler-kun. And that now that he was here, you wouldn't have any use for me. George-san, please, look at this. You see the silver glint on my ring finger? What do you think it is? You're right. Sorry. What got me so shaken, I wonder? I'm probably feeling jealous at the fact that he's cooler than ever 6 years later. How pathetic. No, it's okay. Those feelings are a sign that your love for me is so strong. You don't want to give up. You want to give me up to. You don't want to give me up to anyone. If you're worried about my feelings switching to Butler-sama, please love me so strongly that the thought never enters my mind. Love me so much that I don't have time to think about any other man. I'm scared too. I'm sure you'll meet many women in the future who have much more attractive qualities than I do. Or I might not meet your expectations, and you might tire of me. It scares me to think that I might not be able to keep you to myself for the rest of our lives. There's no need for you to be scared of that. I swear to uphold my love for you as long as I live. And I swore the same thing, but you stopped taking my word for it when Butler-sama came back. As Shannon giggled, George finally realized that his own lack of confidence had hurt her. I've won the heart of a wonderful man named Ushiromiya George-san. And he has sworn to love me all his life and given me a ring as a sign of this hope. With this ring here on my ring finger, I'm going to be honest with you. Sure. Yes, as you said, I did like Butler-sama 6 years ago. I think I probably liked him more than you. However, that was 6 years ago. Now things are different. In these 6 years, I've sorted out my feelings for Butler-san and put them in the past, along with the memories. Le messe anche, vabbè. Now, I exist only to love you. That's more literal than you think, George. Now I exist only to love you. Shannon spoke clearly and strongly. George gave a single uncertain laugh. It was probably the same sort that George of the 6 years ago had made. Then he straightened up his back and hugged Shannon without saying a word. In that moment, he parted ways with the person he had been 6 years ago. Comunque è vero, gente, che l'avete menzionato prima. Sembra davvero uno dei primi episodi, eh? Però abbiamo molto più consapevolezza adesso. Oh! I've got the ladder. Here we go. Quadrillion. This is the only place you'll find the number written on this island. 1/10 of a K. Who would have thought it? If our idea is right, then the letters of that relief should be a mechanism. We just need to check. Who's going up? I'll go. Hold the letter steady, okay? Be careful. It's fairly high. Rudolph climbed up the propped up ladder, step by step as the rain poured on him. Look at the letter Q. See anything? Does it look like there's anything to it? It's a bit of play. Oh, crap. What is it? Did something happen? Bingo. Take a look at this. Rudolph tossed the cube down and hit Kraus on the shoulder and he landed in a puddle. This is a key. What does it mean? Rudolph-kun, can you take out the other letters too? Yeah, looks like it. Guess our crazy theories were on the right track after all. What's the next letter to take out? E. I. And then L. And which one? Ha preso quella sbagliata. Following her instructions, Rudolph removed the 6th letter of the first twilight. Now they have gotten this far, and nothing stood in the way of them solving the riddle. By trial and error, they finally reached the final stage. Lord U. He says to gouge starting from the head, which must mean going from left to right. Rudolph-san, starting from the left, turn the keys before taking them out. Got it. Now we've massacred all of the letters, so none are left alive on the 9th twilight. So, did something happen? I felt like something clicked, but there's nothing different. Maybe a hidden door or something opened up somewhere. Oh, hey! Look at that! It moved, I'm sure it did! Everyone, look! The lion statue is facing the other way. What's going on? Is there some secret inside the lion statue? That's not it. He's probably telling us to go look where the lion is pointing. See? Look that way. That lion facing a different way too. What does it mean? He's guiding us, stupid. We have to go in the direction the lion faces. Oopsie. Eva dashed ahead. The other all chased after her. The goal was right in front of them. Siamo arrivati. Now this is a surprise. Who would have thought that a hidden stairway like this existed? Makes sense now. Father didn't like people going near the chapel. I wonder how long that mechanism has been there. Judging by the feel of this underground passage, probably quite a long time. I imagine it's nearly the same time that the mansion itself was built. The riddle of the epitaph was probably also planned many decades ago. Well, this is Dad we're talking about. I try not to let the things he does surprise me, but this? Just how far does this stairway go? Hey, maybe that old rumor was true. You know, the story about him having a mistress in a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest. I see. It's likely that this underground passage goes all the way there. I wonder if it connects to the mansion from that day. I think we found the goal. Look at that filthy door. Something's written on it. Woo! This is it! Something was written on the door in red paint. On the 12th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of gold. Does it open? It does. Ready? I'm going to open it. Have we finally reached the gold? It sounds too good to be true, but I'm wishing it is. Let's open it, Nesan. Right. Here it goes. The heavy door opened slowly. Then the gold-filled underground VIP room showed itself. They only had an instant to admire the splendid furnishings of the underground VIP room. As soon as the mountain of gold next to the canopy bed came into sight, they all froze, stunned. After a second, the stunned silence faded and was replaced by the cries of astonishment and wild joy. Sto lasciando fare I doppiatori adesso, You mustn't touch it without permission. This is father's gold. Oh, really? Then why don't you go call father down here now? Right away. Your little farce is long over. Natsui-san, let's put an end to these obvious lies, shall we? This mountain of gold is as real as it can be. Let's all just be real with one another. Fortunately, we're all in a good mood and feeling very generous right now. Just give it up already. A pile of gold, this message carries magical power within it. That power draws out the most honest feelings within people. The light from the chandelier glinted off the golden mountain, lighting them up with its golden gleam. It was as though the gleam manipulated them. For some time they forgot their age, and howled and laughed, running about and rolling around like a bunch of excited kindergartners at a park. What is all of this? What is this supposed to mean? The epitaph has been solved before the crime occurred, and by all of the siblings together. This hasn't happened in any of the games before now. Supposedly, Beatrice decided not to commit the crime if the epitaph was solved. Yeah, supposedly. I wonder. And just snorted, but I believed. This is what Claire decided. She entrusted everything to the roulette of fate, so she would obey the result. She let the roulette decide her own fate specifically because they couldn't decide on their own. So she'll do what it says. She'll follow her own rule. She'll definitely keep her promise. It won't occur, the crime. Are you sure about that? Yes. A roulette has already made its decision. This is the end of her game. If it's the end, what happens next? They all become happy rich people and live the family comforts unharmed. My family comes back to me with a souvenir of an ingot, and it isn't made of chocolate. And everything ends happily? You think those witches would chain us to chairs to show us a naive dream like that? When she showed off the chain on her wrist with a clank, I was unable to counter her with confidence. But I want to believe that Claire's game has now come to one of its possible conclusions, even if it is the least eventful. Perhaps just once at the end, she wanted to show us a world where no crime occurs. Having disappeared with no regrets, perhaps she left us a parting gift in the form of a game where no crime occurs. In a sense, the most peaceful sort of game. I would like to believe that. If only these heavy cold chains weren't holding us in place, weren't holding us in place in the theater. Is someone there? Rosa's shrill cry brought the celebration. Rosa's shrill cry brought the celebrating to an immediate stop. Rosa knew she'd seen it. The curtain against the wall had fluttered, and the shape of a person had been behind it. Had been there behind it. None of that, if you don't mind. You're just imagining it. Is someone there? If you are, come out. When Eva yelled, the curtain shook. And then a witch wearing a black dress appeared from the other side. In an instant, everyone realized that the dress was the same as the one worn by the witch of the portrait. And they realized one more thing. This person was the owner of this room. Welcome to the room of the gold. Her face and her voice were expressionless, blank. The others all looked at each other, wondering who should respond. Rudolph was the first to speak. So, you are Beatrice. Indeed. And you are the one who gave Maria that letter. Indeed. Is father behind this? No, this is my game. If that's so, then we've won. We've solved the epitaph riddle and found the gold. We've accepted your challenge and won. That means this gold belongs to us, right? Indeed, it is as you say. You have solved the epitaph splendidly and discovered the hidden gold. This game ends in your victory. This gold no longer belongs to me, but to all of you. It seems you're grateful in defeat. Hey, you. If we hadn't solved the epitaph's riddle, what were you planning to do? The letter said you'd take everything of the Ushiromiya family. Yes, I planned to take all of your wealth and all of your lives. I plan to do as I please with everything that exists on this island. The witch walked towards the table next to the bed. Then, for the first time, the other realized what sat on that table. They were 4 rifles. There was also a case filled with bullets. The witch picked up one of the lead bullets lying on the table and played with it, her face still expressionless as she spoke. If the night had ended before you managed to solve the epitaph's riddle, I plan to follow its instructions and commit 13 murders. What did you say? That's what I thought when I first saw the epitaph. It almost looks like something you'd find in a serial murder mystery novel. That's right. If you had killed 13 people to match the epitaph, that would have made for quite a mysterious crime. There's no way you could do that all by yourself. No matter how many guns you have, killing 13 people that would just be... My planning was meticulous and involved many different alternatives. I envisioned all of the actions you might take from tonight and through tomorrow, and prepared a mystery to deal with each of those. I'm afraid I can no longer reveal them, but I had quite a number of intricate and entertaining locked-room murders prepared. You could probably have gunned a few of us down in our sleep, but there's no way you'll be able to kill 13 of us. We aren't that stupid. It would seem so. I will admit that the epitaph being solved before the first twilight was the result I consider the most unlikely. So you never accounted for us reaching this place? That is not so. Even this one was not one of the results of the roulette I wish to create. And it is likely the best outcome for all of you. No one will die, and you can leave this island with the gold. Congratulations. This game ends with a perfect victory for you all. If no one could solve the riddle, she planned to take those guns and commit a serial murder. Everyone gulped as they watched the witch emotionlessly make her confession. If your confession is the truth, that means you were trying to kill us. Yes, that is true. Hell, I can't believe you can just admit to that. You can't possibly expect us to treat you favorably now that you've revealed that to us. I am prepared. You may do as you will with me. If you hadn't solved the epitaph, I would have done the same to you, so it is only fair. This girl got guts. I planned this game because I was prepared to bet my life. I am satisfied with the result. If you wish to kill me now, I am prepared. She no longer even treasured their life. The witch walked towards the others as she spoke, and they automatically stepped back. The gold belongs to all of you. I planned to give everything to the one who discovered it first, but I didn't expect there to be 7 of you. I'd leave the decision on how to split the gold to the 7 of you. I will not involve myself. And the witch walked even closer. She walked through the middle of the group, up to the antique clock behind them. The clock was large and had a dignified feel to it. The witch petted it and spoke. Allow me to explain the device within this clock. For you have gained not just the gold, but the entirety of this island. What do you mean by that? If you interpret the epitaph as a series of murders, then yes, there are only 13 people killed on the first 8 twilights. But on the 9th twilight, it says clearly that none shall be left alive. What does that mean? In other words, she was planning to massacre all of us? Don't tell me that clock! As you have guessed, it is connected to a set of explosives. Are you the one who set that up? Or was that Ushiromiya Kinzo? Ushiromiya Kinzo is the one who set up the device. This device is the source of his magical power. I didn't have a clue what you're talking about. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. In other words, Dad set up this bomb, and if he ever went broke, he was prepared to die in a blast that would wipe out everything, including himself? On this island, Ushiromiya Kinzo made a contract with the Golden Witch and obtained the gold. However, that was not all he gained. What are you talking about? Don't tell me. There is a rumor that the remains of an old Japanese military base existing on Rokkenjima. Could it be? Your guess is correct. Beneath these islands lived the remains of an underground Japanese military base from the time of the war, along with 900 tons of explosives. 900 tons? That's unbelievable. If that exploded, the result would be unimaginable. Forget just the mansion blowing up, it just leave a massive crater. I believe an expert estimate measured it as a hole several dozen meters deep and a kilometer across. There wouldn't be even a trace left. There is a special mechanism that controls the detonation of these explosives. This switch I just flipped. This switch I just flipped arms. Scusate. This switch I just flipped arms the mechanism. The witch toyed with the switch on top of the antique clock. If midnight arrives while the switch is in this position, the explosives will detonate. But it's almost midnight now. In other words, it's not a time bomb that explodes at a certain number of hours after you activate it. It's one that only explodes at the stroke of midnight. Indeed, it is almost midnight now. If an explosion is what you desire, you just leave it like this. Who would want that? Turn it off! By this time, Kinzo was probably the only one who knew. The secret base on Rokkenjima had started out as a submarine base. However, when that plan reached a standstill, it was redefined as a top-secret base for homeland defense. A huge plan had been drawn up to have the army and navy perform a pincer attack on the American forces if the latter decided to land on Kujukuri Beach and press towards Tokyo. As a trump card for this massive defense maneuver, the Navy started stockpiling large quantities of explosive and fuel in absolute secrecy, and the Rokkenjima base was the location that those were stockpiled at. The total weight of the buried explosives was 900 tons. Also, fearing that the Americans might find out the island's secrets and seize the explosives, they set up a system for the self-destruction of the entire island. Kinzo, who knew about all of this, decided not only to keep this self-destruct system active, but to connect it up to this strange clock that would cause the explosion at any night at midnight. Kinzo is famous for building up his funds using a vast store of gold, and then using those funds in several sink-or-swim gambles, one after another. Just what did his stockpile of gold and the 900 tons of sleeping explosives mean to him? At this point, we can only speculate. Perhaps the true source of Kinzo's mad power wasn't the gold after all. Perhaps it was this device with which he could erase himself and the entire island from existence if he lost a big gamble and all that he owned. He must have been putting the gold and everything else he had on the line at every point in his life. Kinzo had probably looked at this clock at times, maybe flipping the activation switch and letting the clock tick down. Whenever things got tough and he got stuck, maybe he would hide in here and flip the switch. He might have made a rule for himself that he would blow up everything away if he couldn't think of a brilliant plan before midnight came. He would gaze at the mountain of gold, listening to the clock tick towards his death as he searched for an idea. Perhaps Ushiromiya Kinzo's real study wasn't the one in the mansion, but this place instead. His whole setup sounds just like that. So, maybe each time Dad worried about something, all of us kids were put on the line as well. For our father, it wouldn't be unthinkable. This device belongs to you now. If you want a massive explosion, use it whenever you please. Are you crazy? Who would want a big explosion? These explosives are half a century old, right? Would they really go off? Yes, of course. The explosives and fuses are still working. I tested them myself. You tested them? Could it be that? Yes, I now finally understand. So that's why the shrine disappeared without a trace. This summer, the shrine had disappeared without a trace, along with the reef under it. It felt strange that the waves could have destroyed it without a trace like that, but no one had paid it much mind. And now this piece perfectly fit into the hole left by that strange feeling. Indeed, I used the shrine to test whether the explosives were still working after half a century. I believe you are all aware of the result. The little bit I used was enough to make the entire reef vanish. I'm sure you can imagine 900 tons of that would cause an explosion large enough to rewrite the map. If an explosion like that happened, all of us would most certainly die. But what would you have done? I somehow doubt that you intended on going down with the rest of us. This underground VIP room is connected to an underground passage from the remnants of the military base. If you go straight along that, you'll come at the hidden mansion on the opposite side of the island, Kuadorian. It's about 2 kilometers away. If you make it all the way there, it should be possible to escape the blast. I see. So you plan to escape to there just before the blast? I've only said that such a thing is possible. You may not believe this, but if the 9th twilight had ended before any of you could solve the riddle, I plan to die along with everything else. There's something seriously wrong with this girl. She's insane. There's no point thinking about it. If we hadn't solved the epitaph, she would have used those guns, or else that switch, and to massacre all of us. There's no doubt in my mind. You are correct. You have ended this game in the best possible way, without there being even a single victim. I wish to convey my respect and admiration. Though it was a 7-person effort, it took you only a single night to solve the riddle that took me a very long time to solve. That is worthy of praise. I also admire you for your graciousness and honesty in defeat. We haven't decided how you'll be dealt with, but I hope to do all I can to reach a gentlemanly agreement. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. As someone who was already prepared to kill you and die in the process, I am already one of the dead. The Golden Witch Beatrice solved the epitaph, reached this room and revived. And now the people had solved new people had solved the riddle and reached this room, so her role was finished. When the epitaph riddle was solved, Beatrice's witch illusion ended. Most likely, no one in this room would have been capable of understanding her tragic resolve. She herself was probably the only one who could. As long as the many selves inside of her understood, this was enough. I am one, yet many. I entrusted myself to the magical roulette of endless possibilities. The result, the answer, is this. This is what the tarot cards known as the ritual of the epitaph has shown me. Beatrice is now dead. They did not kill her. I killed her myself, in accordance with fate's command. They will never understand, for all eternity. In questo caso, se avessero risolto l'epitaffio, l'epigrafe, allora Yasuda avrebbe ucciso la personalità di Beatrice. E infatti lei non sta parlando come Beatrice, non sta facendo il warawa, yeah! Sta parlando come Yasuda adesso, solo con l'aspetto di Beatrice. The witch stared up at the ceiling without speaking for a while, then looked as though she suddenly remembered something. She grabbed at the sleeve of her dress and took out some sort of card. Oh, yes, I forgot. I have no need for money after death. I will give this to all of you as well. A cash card? I have converted a portion of the gold to cash. This is for the account that the money is in. I see. So, this is the magical energy of the Golden Witch. How much is in the account? I have forgotten the exact figure. However, there is more than 1 billion yen. A billion? Now that is real magic. Now that is real. Now that really is magic. True. There's nothing you could do with that. You couldn't do with that much money. Very true. The strongest magic to counter the human anti-magic toxin is the magic of gold. It may be that this card holds greater power than the ingots. Certainly, cash would be much more agreeable than ingots. Here you go. I have no need of this anymore. The card she held out was not taken by any of them. Who would ever just hand over a card worth 1 billion yen in it? The mountain of gold, the device for blowing up the island, the card with 1 billion yen. All of this surpassed their understanding. So, no one could bring themselves to take it. I don't like it. What don't you like? Here you go. Here's a mountain of gold. And I'll turn off the explosives and give you a card worth 1 billion yen while we're at it. Sounds far too good to be true. You're just trying to trick us somehow, aren't you? I have no desire to trick you, but I won't I won't try to force you to believe. I have offered everything, revealed everything. What you believe and what you do is now for you, the new masters of the gold, to decide. You are even free to disbelieve all I say and leave this place. Eva, I can't imagine that she's lying. How could you know that? I don't like how relaxed she's acting. It's as though she thinks she's already won. I just had an idea a second ago. What if she's lying about the witch is in the off side of the switch? But what if she's lying about which of the off side of the switch? What do you mean, Nathan? Just a second ago, this woman flipped the switch, saying she'd turn off the bomb. But what if that actually armed the bomb? We solved the riddle, so you turned the bomb switch to on, trying to blow us and everything else up, right? If that is what you think, then please feel free to flip the switch on this clock. It will be midnight in 1 minute. The clock will the clock will show you the truth. Did you say? Hey. What we are supposed to do? Is the bomb set to on now or off? I don't think she could be lying. It's inactive now. We shouldn't flip it. But I don't like it. Why is she so resigned to her fate? Why is she offering us things one after another? She's tricking us to buy time. She wants to buy time until midnight, though she can go down in flames along with us. What about the switch itself? Is there some way to tell if it's on or off? On the upper part of the antique clock was a metal switch that could slide right or left. Currently, it was set to the left. However, there were no marks in particular on either side to indicate which side was off and which was on. Hey, tell us the truth. Which way is off? Left. It's off now. Rudolph, you idiot! You really expect an on and answer from her? It's the opposite, it has to be. The right side has to be off. We don't have any more time, Nesan. Stop it, Eva. Don't touch the switch. It's already off. Eva-san, take your hands off it. I agree. It's off now. If she wanted to kill us with a bomb, she wouldn't have told us about it. Don't think you can trick me. 5, 4, 3. The second hand of the clock ticked past midnight. October 4th ended and the curtain rose on October 5th, 1986. The switch was still pointing to the left. The witch's words had been proven correct. Have I gained your trust now? You bitch. With a hideous, sweat-covered expression, Eva snatched the cash card away from the witch's hand. How about a bank book and a seal? We can't withdraw anything with just a card. All you need is the pin. It's 8 digits long. Wait a second. I'm writing it down. Eva and Kirie both took out a pen and notepad and began writing the 8-digit number the witch told them. That is everything I have to tell you and give you. I will say nothing more. All of my tasks have been completed. After saying this, the witch spun around and sat down on the bed. She wasn't even looking at the others anymore. She sat there like an empty husk which had, just as she had said, finished everything it existed to do. For a while, everyone watched the witch to see if she would remember something else and started talking. However, she said nothing further. The witch, who had called herself one of the dead, was now little more than a large French doll wearing a black dress. Mamma mia. Ovvio, sì, il pin è quello. Gold is the only physical embodiment of magic that can appear in the human world. Since ancient times, even a small figment of it could control man with its magic. In that case, how much magic power would dwell in it if it was piled up in a mountain so high you'd have to look up to see the top? Don't be stupid. We'll split it evenly. Isn't that the obvious solution? Didn't we say that the half of this pie would belong to me and the other half would be split between the four of us? The yells of the people dancing around the gold reverberated throughout the underground room. In front of the pile of gold, they were arguing about how it would be split. Could you have solved the riddle all by yourself, Nissan? You couldn't have, could you? The four of us siblings solved it together. Of course we'd split it in 4 equal parts. Coward, weren't you the ones who first made the proposal about the gold's distribution? How could you disregard that so easily? You really think you're in a position to bargain when you're the ones hiding Dad's death? That's right. You've been swindling us this whole time, treating father's wealth as it were your own. All you need to do is split the gold evenly and we'll drop all the rest. It sounds very fair to me. Well, if you're going to say that, let's just try splitting it in 4 ways. Feel free to split the pile in 4 and carry your shares home. I hope you have pockets that can hold 2.5 tons of ingots. It seems you've all been driven mad by the gold and lost the ability to make a rational judgment. What do you mean by that, Kraus-Nissen? Look at this ingot. As you can see, there are no official markings, just father's crest. How do you intend to turn unmarketed gold into cash? Well, have you finally figured it out? This pile of gold may well be worth 20 billion yen. However, that's only if you can exchange it for cash. Are any of you capable of liquidating this many unmarked, unknown ingots at the proper exchange rate without word of it getting out? If it was a necklace or a ring, exchanging it for cash would have been a manageable problem. However, to do that with several tons of unmarked gold that couldn't be made public would be impossible for any normal person. However, Kraus could do it. Among the several business associates who had been close to the family since Kinzo's generation, there was some who had black market ties and sufficient financial clout. The billion yen tied to the cash card that the Golden Witch had handed out was all the money that could be liquidated via one of Kinzo's connections. However, none of the other siblings had any connections like that. They would have to rely on Kraus to exchange the gold for cash. Now you're finally seeing it. I apologize for hiding all of those things about father. However, your position is not so strong that you can use them as a leverage against me. You really think that that little thing gives you the advantage? What do you intend to do with that gun? Please put that vicious thing away. Eva was gripping the gun so hard it looked like it might snap. The 4 guns that the witch had placed in the room were now in the hands of their relatives. Just as the gold had led their hearts astray, it seemed that these guns had the magical power to turn their hearts to violence. Finally, a scuffle arose between Eva and Kraus. Off to the side, Natsui started arguing with Rudolf and his wife, and the grand underground VIP room filled with a cacophony of angry outbursts. Angel's face was starting to contort with pain after being forced to watch this scene for so long. It was only natural after being shown this abusive argument between her parents and her other relatives. What on earth? It was painful for Leon too. Leon would have tried to intervene and calm them if that had been possible. The gold wouldn't go anywhere. If they just took their time and thought about it calmly, they would be able to resolve this. Eva and the others had argued that they needed a lot of money before the end of the year, which was understandable. However, the billion yen cash card would be more than enough to pay for that. With their emergency expenses taken care of, they could liquidate the gold at their leisure, then split it among themselves. Sure, maybe Kraus was the one capable of converting the gold. That might give him an advantage over the other siblings. However, this gold couldn't be dealt with by open means. In addition to attracting public attention, it would also lead to various legal problems. It was better for this secret money to remain secret If they wanted to get the largest portion possible, then they should all agree not to tell anyone about the gold. In other words, to maximize their profits, they needed a gentleman's agreement that all of them would keep the secret. Kraus did have the slight advantage. However, it was only possible for the other relatives to refuse to cooperate and then tell the world about the gold. And then there was also the concealment of Kinzo's death to consider. Kraus was an investor. He needed not only financial clout, but also a certain degree of public confidence. His advantage wasn't big enough for him to act so overbearing. The mountain of gold has made everyone lose their ability to think rationally. This isn't an argument between adults. It's just a fight between kids. What's so fun about showing this to us? Or is this the game of some new witch? Are they watching us suffer from somewhere and laughing? By now, even I didn't have a clue who was showing us this, or for what reason. At the very least, it didn't look like as though this new tale is overflowing with affection. At first, I thought it was a tale of a beautiful world where no crime occurred, since Claire had gotten past all of her regrets. But something is different. This tale is clearly filled with ill will towards us. I'm sure of that much now. I don't have a clue how you... mamma mia, scusate. I don't have a clue who would want to show us this. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. It didn't feel like the sound of gunfire. After all, most people living a normal life never heard that sound. Drip, 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 drip. The sound of thick raindrops hitting the floor. There was no rain in this underground room. It was the sound of blood dripping down from Natsui's right eye. The bullet had gone in through her right eye, towards the back of her head. It's your fault for jumping at me. The gun, which fell from Eva's grasp, landed on the floor with a hard, metallic clang. As though in response to that sound, Natsui's head slowly turned to face the ceiling. Natsui flopped backwards. When the back of her head hit the floor, a red splash spread out beneath it, forming a single flower that adorned her dead face. Why did you shoot her? Kraus howled, raised his gun and ran at Eva. At the same time, Hideyoshi leapt between them. A scuffle broke out between the two men. You killed Natsui! You killed Natsui! Kraus-Nisan, you've got it wrong, you've got it all wrong! It was just an accident! Eva, how could you? I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I didn't shoot her, I didn't! I told her to stop and she jumped at me and... Kraus, who had just seen his wife killed before his eyes, had lost all traces of rationality in his expression. He was so furious that if he had not knocked Hideyoshi aside and jumped at Eva, he might have torn her throat out. Why did you kill her? Why did you kill her? It was an accident! An accident! Calm down, Kraus-Nissan. Another explosion rang out. Hideyoshi's face was covered with blood. The two of them had been fighting over the gun Kraus held, trying to push it away from themselves. When the barrel had turned to point at Kraus's chin, the sneering, formless Reaper, master of the Room of Gold, had swung its sight once more. A line of blood trickled from Kraus's mouth. The two fell down, with Kraus's body on top of Hideyoshi. Letting a cowardly cry, Hideyoshi backed away before Kraus's body could cover him. Honey, I didn't do anything. Kraus-Nissan's finger just got on the trigger. It's an accident, I tell you. That's right, an accident. It was all an accident. As the pair of them broke down sobbing and repeatedly claiming that it was an accident, Rosa and the others were unable to say a thing. The witch also watched this scene, but said nothing and appeared to be completely disinterested. It wasn't our fault. It was just an accident. An accident. You saw, right? You saw that, didn't you, Rosa? Kraus-Nissan and Natsui-san both let her emotion get a hold of them and charge at us. Well, I can't say I'm sure. Stupid Rosa. You saw, didn't you? You saw it from right there. You must know. I'm sorry. I can't tell if it happened by accident or if you killed them and tried to make it look like an accident. Rosa, you... Rudolph-kun, you saw. You know what happened, right? Right? Sorry, but I agree with Rosa. We can't tell if it was an accident or intentional. Rosa and Rudolph's gazes looked very cold and indifferent to Eva and her husband. What are we going to do? They were shot to death. We can't just write this off as an accident. The forest. We'll say that they went to the forest and went missing, and then we can buy some time. That won't get us off the hook. The police will just search the whole forest. And anyway, what would those two go off into an uncultivated forest like that? It looks suspicious from the start. There's no way we'll get away with it. It'll be okay. If we hide the corpses here, no one will be able to find them. If we all play dumb, it will work. It won't. There's no way you can fool the police. If the two of them disappeared during a family conference where we were arguing over the inheritance problem, the police just won't put it down as a case of missing persons. I just thought of something. Though Eva had been scratching at her head, overcome with emotion, her arm suddenly fell as though the strings had been cut. What did you think of? An accident. We just have to make it look like an accident. Don't talk stupid, what kind of accident? There are clear gunshot wounds on both corpses. Even if we burn them to make it look they were caught in a fire, it'll be obvious that we were killed by guns. A fire? That's not good enough. We need more. Much more massive accident. Massive accident. Eva slowly walked forwards, tapped on it and spoke. An explosion accident. We just need to sort of We just need the sort of accident that will leave no traces of their corpses. As she played with the switch that would cause an automatic explosion at midnight, Eva spun around to face them, a crazed expression on her face. It was truly a mad inspiration. If they flipped the switch to the right and waited for midnight, the 900 tons of explosives would wipe out the mansion without a trace. There wouldn't even be remnants of corpses. There would be no way to tell that they had died by gunshot wounds before the explosion. It's an unshakable fact that this island is still filled with explosives from the war. Then, by coincidence, it's an unshakable fact that this island is still filled with explosives from the war. Then, by coincidence, tomorrow night something will set it off by chance, and the whole thing will explode. Yes, it'll be an accident. An explosion accident. What do you say? There's no way the police will find out the truth. This way we can pull it off. We can hide the manner of their deaths. How ridiculous. Shaking, Hideyoshi frantically searched for a counter-argument, hoping to repudiate Eva's mad idea. But he couldn't find one. If they blew everything up, the facts would be all muddled. They could make it look as though Kraus and Natsu had died in the explosion accident. It's perfect. Just perfect. After all, it was an accident that they died anyway. We're just changing the type of accident. Isn't that right? We can think up any story we want. By chance, the rest of us will happen to be in the hidden mansion tomorrow night. Then, when the explosion accident occurs, we'll be lucky enough to survive. That story should work. What sort of story are you planning on? What kind of story could you explain that the two of them alone remained here, while the rest of us went to the hidden mansion and inconveniently managed to escape? That's what we've got to think up now, stupid Rosa. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as we all agree to it. I'll think of something. I'm thinking. You all think too. Someone think of something. Calm down, Eva. I'll think about it. So will everyone else. We'll definitely think of something, and it will all work out. We'll share the burden. You won't have to carry it all yourself. It'll be okay. It will. I know we'll think of a good excuse. What kind of excuse? We took the kids and the servant to go exploring an underground passageway, leaving just the two of them behind, and the rest of us decided to spend the night in the hidden mansion? How could any excuse work? It's insane! And thinking up that insane thing is our job. Why are you acting like this has nothing to do with you? You think of something too. Ne-san, let me ask you a question. If you blow up this island, what will happen to the gold? We've finally gotten our hands on 20 billion yen of gold, and you want to blow it all away? We can just carry it away, as simple as that. The explosion will happen tomorrow at midnight. We'll have a full day. If we all carry it together, we might. You realize that's 10 tons of it, right? We're a small group who can each shoulder a sack of rice in weight at best, and we have a single day. Just how much do you think you can carry back and forth across this long underground passage that goes all the way across the island? You're being absurd. Here, we'll have this card. The card is worth 1 billion yen which that woman gave us. We can just carry whatever gold we can. We have the card worth 1 billion yen on top of that. If we split that 3 ways, we'll have more than 300 million each. That should be enough for all of us. That should be enough for all of our purposes. No thanks. What? There's a mountain worth 20 billion yen right here. Why should I be satisfied with a measly 300 million? Eva's face twisted in anguish and was met by Rosa's look of cold unconcern. Even if we factor in Kraus-Nissan's share, that gives us a rightful share of 5 billion yen each. Subtract the 300 million from the card, and the rest of my share is 4.7 billion. If you agree to pay me that much, then you can do whatever you want with this mountain of gold. What do you think you're saying? You don't intend to cooperate? Ne-san, please calm down and listen. I'm going to suggest to you the way both of us can live with the most. I'm going to suggest to you the way that both of us can live with the most money. What? I want you to go to the police and turn yourself in, admitting that you got into a scuffle and the gun went off. You crazy? I don't want to go to the police. Of course, we don't want to say that the crime happened here. The police would find the gold. Yes, what about the rose garden? It's pouring rain, so the police probably won't find any contradiction in the crime scene. I'll let you think of an excuse for why you and Nissan started fighting while you were holding guns in the rainy rose garden. Don't try to get us and our share involved just because you want to hide your crime. It's not bad, right? It's not like they'll lock you up for decades. It was an accident, right? You'll be able to get out after a few years. Once you've paid for your crime and gotten out, then you can do whatever you want with your 5 billion. You absolutely no. What would happen if we were arrested? What would happen to my husband's company? Who cares about the company? With 5 billion yen, working any longer will be just a waste of time, right? Rosa had never intended to go along with the idea Eva proposed. As far as the size of each person's portion went, no one had anything to gain from an explosion accident. By doing that, they could conceal Kraus and Natsui's deaths. There was no other reason to do it. From Rosa's perspective, the ideal outcome would be for them to confess their crimes without any unnecessary tricks. All she wanted to do was to change the crime scene from here to a different place. However, Eva didn't want to be arrested. She didn't like having her share shrink from 5 billion to 300 million, but even that was more than enough to cover the amount she had been trying to wring out of Kraus in the first place. She wanted to hide what had happened here, even if it meant blowing away 4.7 billion yen. What would happen if they were arrested? The life, the company, and the trust that Eva and her husband had worked so long to build, those were things that couldn't be bought back with money. So, she wanted to hide Kraus and Natsui's death, even if it meant blowing up 4.7 billion yen worth of gold. Of her gold. But from Rosa's perspective, that was just irrational nonsense. What do you think you're going to do? What do you think you're doing with that gun, Nei-san? Are you going to misfire and kill me too? That will make finding an excuse even harder. In fact, it will also make it hard to explain away the other two deaths as accidents too. If you end up linked to 3 deaths, that's a fairly huge crime. They'll seek the death penalty, most likely, and settle for a life sentence. At the very least, you'll be put away for a good 10 plus years. Give up and turn yourself in. If you do this, there'll be no more than a pair of unfortunate accidents. Of course, your prison term won't be too terrible either. And don't worry about George-kun. We'll take good care of him. And we'll make sure that the 5 billion of your share will be waiting for you when you get back. Eva ground her teeth and glared. The Rosa she knew should have been shaking and obeying her commands, and yet Rosa wasn't scared. Her blank expression, no, that slight smile, was one that Eva had never seen before. Put the gun down, Nei-san. If you calm down, you'll see that my plan is the best one. Prison isn't too bad, right? Think of it as a financial strategy. Even if they put you in for 10 years, there will be 5 billion waiting for you when you get out. That's like working for a 500 million yen salary, right? If you think of it that way, you might even enjoy your job. Liar! You just want to make off with my share while I'm in there. Like your man did to you. He has nothing to do with this, okay? I'm not going to run. I'm not going to run off. I would never, ever run away with money. I would never do that. Rosa's one stony expression was filled with rage. The two howling people pointed their guns at each other, shouting insults at each other. You could smell the gold room sweepers slinking closer. The smell of gunpowder, the explosive smell of death filled the room. Bang. E poi blorp. A bubble of blood dripped from Rosa's mouth. Then she fell over, lifelessly, like a mannequin.
Eva!
Eva? It wasn't me! I swear I didn't even pull the trigger! Eva-san, you shot Natsui-san, so your gun wasn't loaded, right? You never reloaded, so even if you pulled the trigger, that gun wouldn't kill anyone. Have no fear. As Kiria said this, she maneuvered the lever action with a practiced hand, and a smoke-smelling shell casing was ejected. It hit the floor with a small, metallic sound. That tiny sound had a disturbing ring to it. Rosa-san's analysis was a little naive. Converting these many unmarked gold ingots into usable money, she has no idea how difficult that would be. Dad just used it as a show money. Dad just used it as show money to gain confidence, and even that was enough to create a rumor called the Legend of the Ushiromiya Gold. It's impossible to liquidate it. A pile of gold you can't use is no better than a pile of shit. 10 tons of gold exchanged on the black market. The successor and his wife dead in suspicious circumstances. Expecting that not to attract attention is what's really impossible. It's better not to get the police involved. We'll blow up this island and destroy all the evidence. It's tough parting with the gold. Feel free to grab a few ingots. The billion yen on the cash card is more than enough. In other words, Eva-san, you're right. I'm glad. It looks like we're on the same page. If the police gets involved, who knows what might happen. It's the same with cashing in the gold. Just create more opportunities for word to get out somehow. It's more than we can handle. Billion yen that woman over there exchanged for cash is more money. It's the only money we can get our hands on. Even splitting that million, it will be more than enough for what we need. And on top of that, now that Rosa is dead, our shares have increased even more. We can each leave this island with 500 million. Exactly. As long as we don't let our greedy desire to cash in the gold control us, we can pretend that everything that occurred on this island never happened. We have a way to do that right here. There was no longer any reason to worry about accidental discharges or people being shot to death on this island. Everything would be erased equally by the explosion accident. No matter what happened between now and midnight the next day, everything would be rewritten by the explosion accident. And you told me to turn myself in. Stupid Rosa. You weren't satisfied with measly 300 million? This is what you get for being too greedy. You got nothing more than you deserved. Kiria-san, there was no need to shoot her, right? Even Rosa-san would have figured it out if you just told her. I did need to shoot her. After all, Rosa-san is the only one who didn't fire her gun. What does that matter? The guns lying at your feet are Kraus Nissan's and Eva Nissan's. Both of those had been fired. However, Rosa-san's can shoot if you just pull the trigger. It's hard to reload one of these if you aren't used to a lever action. An amateur couldn't do it. Kiria-san, what are you talking about? You... They finally realized what Kiria meant. Rosa had the only gun that could still fire, so I shot her first. Oh, how foolish we were. Why didn't we realize sooner? Why should we should have realized that there's a mechanism for erasing everything that happens on this island. Eva and Hideyoshi hurried up to pick up the guns that lay at their feet. At the same time, fire spat from Kirye's gun once more. Hideyoshi let out a short scream, clutched his chest, and fell over face down. What's wrong with this? Eva fiddled with the lever action, trying to imitate something she vaguely remembered from old westerns, but something seemed to be caught and the still open lever didn't budge. See? It's pretty hard. Kirye finished reloading with a fluid motion. The way she held it was as innocent as pure as a kid playing with a squirt gun. With another heartless cry of gunfire, the puppet called Eva slumped down to the floor, as though her strings had been cut. Rudolph-san? The billion yen card. Sure. The cash card was with a billion yen, which Eva had just grabbed from the witch. That alone was worth more than enough. The 20 billion yen pile of gold had skewed everyone's sense of value. People could kill over a few million yen, and this was a billion. Rosa-san? Those were some famous last words there. A measly 300 million? You were too greedy. No doubt. Oh, lucky me. I didn't have to fish through her corpse. As Rudolph walked up to Eva's body, he found the card lying beside it and picked it up. So this thin little card is worth 1 billion yen. Keeping the company going feels ridiculous now. We should close up shop and spend the rest of our lives in some southern country. That would just get boring. Besides, I like seeing you get all worried about some problem, then playing around like a little kid when you finally overcome it. Sure you do. Thank you, Miss Golden Witch. Rudolph-san and I will make good use of this billion. Kraus-Nissan promised to treat you in a gentlemanly fashion, but I haven't made any such promise. She pulled the trigger without a trace of mercy. When the ringing of the gunfire died down, the blood trickled from the witch's mouth, and she fell over onto the bed. Once again, Kirye ejected the used shell casings. The 4 metal sounds of used shells hitting the floor seemed to symbolize the fact that Rudolph and his wife now possessed all shares of the gold. All of them were really slow-witted. From the moment she explained about the bomb, the entire notion of playing nicely vanished from this island, and they failed to notice. Sorry about this, Aniki, Rosa. What can I say? That's just how the cookie crumbles. Cut me a break, okay? Aniki and Aniki got into a fight, Rosa gets dragged in, and I ran away with the bone. Just the way it was always been, right? At the start, Rudolph and Kirye hadn't planned to kill everyone and take everything from themselves. Kirye had quickly realized by the sound of the gun in her hands that he would probably hold 5 rounds at a time. Yes, both Kirye and Rudolph knew a lot about these guns. Rudolph had gotten his interest into old-style Western guns from his father, and owned a shotgun of a similar design. Since Kirye had the same skill at handling firearms, they both knew enough about these guns to enjoy shooting together. Including the witch, there had been 8 people here, 6 people besides the 2 of them. Each gun held 5 rounds. That was 1 short. They didn't have enough to kill everyone. I was honestly surprised when they got into a fight and one of the guns went off. That coincidental accident had provided the missing bullet. It wasn't the second shot. It was the very first shot which had accidentally killed Natsui and had guaranteed the result of this massacre. In this smoke and corpse-filled room of gold, the two of them wore easygoing smiles, hardly any different from the ones they usually wore. So, what now? Rudolph picked up Rosa's gun, then he fired a test shot at the wall and ejected the whole shell with a smooth motion like Kirya's. Kirya went to the box of bullets on the table, casually picked up a few, and loaded them one after another into her gun. Set the bomb switch to on, then we just need to wait 24 hours. The others will make a lot of noise when they realize everyone's missing in the morning. Then we just need to shut them up. Guess so. What about Butler? He's your son, not mine. Don't say that. He really took a shine to you. He respects you, you know. Then think of something clever that'll convince him. I'll worry about Enge. You worry about Butler-kun. Fair enough? Sure. I may be kind to my own child, but it's quite a struggle for me to treat Azumo-san's kid the same way. You understand, I hope? Kirya's voice had grown cold. Kirya had acted warmly towards Butler because that had been the adult thing to do. He was Rudolph's son, so he just tried to avoid being unkind. But underneath, he was the son of Azumo, the woman whose death had done nothing to quell the hate Kirya's harbored towards her. Now that she had given birth to Enge and finally built up a new family, was Butler's return really such a happy thing for her? Brace yourself. Now that we have come this far, we can only go for the billion yen or die trying. If Butler-kun is unconvinced, I'm sorry, but I won't be taking any chances. No need to threaten me. I'll take care of it. I'll find a good story to tell him. Make sure you do a good job of it. If Enge hears that Butler-kun has died in an accident, I'm sure she'll be very sad. Sure. How do we start? We'll have nothing to gain by waiting for morning. Now is the best time. Wonderful. Not even time for a break. Dio buono. A test? What is he thinking? At this time of the night? Right now? Butler yelled wildly into the receiver. When he said at this time of night, George and Jessica turned to look. According to the clock, it was past midnight. It might be a normal time to be told to brush their teeth and go to bed, but they couldn't understand what this test was all about. Okay, I'll hand it over. Here, Janiki. It's my dad. Hello, this is George speaking. Hey, George-kun. Sorry to call so late. I'll bet I didn't wake you though, right? You're still up for chatting anyway? Pretty much. Maria-chan is sleeping. Oh wait, it looks like she just woke up. So, what did you want to talk about? Butler-kun said something about a test. Yeah, Dad can be such a pain sometimes. He suddenly came down from his room. A bunch of stuff happened and he suddenly started talking about which grandchild would be the best successor. But isn't Uncle Kraus the successor? He says that none of us are good enough to be the successor. So he started talking about skipping as adults and choosing one from you grandchildren instead. It's really shaking us up, having this forced on us all of a sudden. Aniki and the others are all arguing about it across the room. Maybe you can hear Aniki's shrill voice leaking through across the phone. Is that so? If that's what grandfather says, there's no way around it, I guess. In that case, what should we do? He says he wants to call you out one by one, starting with Jessica-chan. Oh, wait a sec. Okay, you still there? Looks like George-kun and Jessica-chan will be first up to bat. He wants Jessica-chan to go to the parlor in the mansion. You're supposed to go out by the chapel. It's so sudden, I hardly feel ready. What sort of test is it? It looks like Dad's made some sort of crazy quiz. Some weird questions about what it means to be the head. Of course, George felt as though something wasn't right. However, Kinzo was famous for doing radical things on a whim. Even this strange test seems plausible once he heard that it was a sudden idea of Kinzo's. But even in that case, if he wanted to test them one by one, why wouldn't he call them out one by one? Like an interview, they should just have to wait in the reception room and go when they were called. Why would two people be called to different places at the same time? The plan didn't seem to make sense, which made George feel as though he was missing something. Still, I wonder why he wanted you to go to the chapel of all places. It seems your grandfather expects a lot from you. I'm not sure what it is, but I think he wants to talk to you about something alone. Grandfather wants to talk to me? I wonder what it is. You are the most accomplished of all of his grandchildren, after all. I guess there's something he wants to tell you in particular. Well, anyway, that's what he says. Get over there right away. I'm also supposed to go there. Let's get this over with. We'll both catch a cold if we keep this up. Is that so? I see. Then I head towards the chapel. Jessica-chan will go to the parlor. Okay, I'll see you in a bit then. Just what sort of test, what sort of private conversation could Kinzo want to have at this time of the night? However, it was a well-known fact that Kinzo didn't have very long to live. It was conceivable that he had some last words for each of his individual descendants. Inside George's mind, a faint feeling that something was wrong was replaced by curiosity and a desire to meet Kinzo directly and hear the details. George set down the receiver and quickly explained to the others. It's as you heard. Grandfather says he wants to give us all some kind of test. Test? After hiding in his study for all of these years, he decides to give us a pop quiz this late at night. Damn that old geezer. What's he thinking? It seems our parents feel the same way. It sounds as though they are very worked up about it. Well, I doubt getting worked up about it will change grandfather's mind any. Exactly. We might as well just accept it. It's the order of the head of the family after all. Let's obey it. To start, Jessica-chan and I are being called out. I'm going to the chapel. Jessica-chan, you're supposed to go to the parlor in the mansion. What about Maria and me? I think they'll call you about that later. You can wait here. Oh, a midnight test. What could it be? What kind of test is it? A quiz? A puzzle? I'm really good at wolves and sheep puzzles. Maria, who was now fully awake, seemed to be very excited about this unexpected midnight test. Then we'll just hang out here. Okay, I'm going. I think they're already waiting for us. So he's making one of his grandkids the successor. Sounds just great to me. Now I can let one of you guys deal with it. I'm going to be the successor. I wanna do it. It'd be fun to have Maria as the successor. Bye. See you later. Rudolph put down the receiver and stood up. Okay. Guess I'm going to the chapel. It's damn cold out there. Goda-san, I have some coffee waiting for me when I get back, will you? Next to Rudolph, Goda was lying face up. His face was covered by a crossword puzzle book. However, his pages were stained with blood, and there was no need to move the book to imagine how he had met his pitiful end. How was it? Nice script, don't you think? Yeah. We should be thanking Dad. All we gotta do is say it's him being fickle, and no one thinks to doubt it. Then let's split up. I'll take care of Jessica-chan. You take care of George-kun. You got it. Let's get this over quickly, then relax with some coffee. There won't be any problems, yes? No sudden pangs of conscience? Kiria smiled coldly. It probably would have been safer to call them out one by one and finish them off together. However, Kiria had chosen to have her husband work separately. She wanted to measure Rudolph's resolve. If she was the only one who got her hands dirty, and Rudolph just watched, his heart would not be as dedicated to this venture. By having him dirty his own hands, she could make him truly determined to see this thing through. Kiri understood this sort of mind game better than anyone else. Rudolph reflexively averted his gaze from the cold glint in her eyes, but then she just shrugged and answered her question. Of course. We have 1 billion yen riding on this, and I'm a man. I'm not going to miss the chance that'll never come again. That will never come again in my lifetime. I expected no less of you, Rudolph-san. I love people who seize chances when they come. That's why I fell in love with you. Thanks. I'm glad. Rudolph-san? What? You will stay? Huh? What did you say? You will stay the same Rudolph-san that I love, right? Of course. Well, when have I ever let you down? Instead of that, you should be worried more about the kind of champagne we'll use to toast our victory. I'll do that. Take care now. If you really treasure Butler-kun, don't kill George-kun in front of the chapel, okay? It'll be a pain if he finds the corpse. Yeah, I know. I'll lure him away somehow. It's raining outside. Should be some way to do it. And you aren't a villain in some old western, got it? Don't grant him any last requests or ask for any last words, okay? Kiria lifted up her gun again and pulled on the lever to eject the casing from the bullet she had killed Goda with. Eva was holding Hideyoshi's body and crying. She hadn't been shot at all. The bullet had grazed the left side of her head and missed. She hadn't been playing dead. She really thought she had been shot. When Kiria's gun spat fire, Eva felt something swift and fierce scrape past her head before feeling lightheaded and fainting. Then, later on, she woke up in the now silent room of gold. The corpse of her beloved husband lay beside her, along with the corpses of Kraus, Natsui, and Rosa. It was a room of death and piled up bodies. When she had cried all she could over Hideyoshi's body, she realized that she still had something she needed to do. George is in danger. They're trying to use the bomb to blow up everything, to bury this whole island with an explosion accident. Eva checked the clock and was proven right. As expected, the switch was set to the right, which meant that it was active. Eva moved to flip it to the left and stopped. That's right. As long as this switch points to the right, everything that happened on this island will disappear into the night of illusion. Yes, this is an illusion. No matter what happens tonight, everything will become muddled and hidden away. Going to kill everyone else. That has to be it, I'm sure of it. When she looked at the table with box of bullets, she saw signs they had grabbed several large handfuls of bullets from the box. It clearly showed that they planned to use that many bullets. I have to fight. If only to protect just the life of my precious son. The gun that I dropped when I was shot and is stuck with the lever handle open. No matter how hard I pull, it won't open any further and it won't close again. A bullet must have gotten jammed and broken it. Just as Kiria said, loading a bullet is tough if you aren't used to it. Please, honey, let me your strength. Help me protect George. Let me your strength. In Hideyoshi's hand was Kraus's gun, which had been trying to pick up. Eva took it, prayed to her husband one more time and tugged on the lever handle. With a light metallic sound, the golden casing spun through the air and bounced off the ground. When she timidly tried to push the lever back, this time it returned to its original place without any resistance. There was another metallic clank. It was the sound of a new bullet being loaded. I figured there'd be something like this. Someone scheming to show me the game that disgusts me the most, so they can laugh at me. In the game so far, various people have been suspected of being the culprit or an accomplice. The only difference now was that Rudolf and Kiria were those suspects. However, that was the most aggravating development possible for ENG. Even Leon was full of painful thoughts. They had been lucky enough to solve the epitaph, which was the only miracle that could lead to a game with no victims. How ironic that they would be unable to prevent the tragedy. Does this mean that they weren't allowed to have a future where we all happily return from this island alive, even if the epitaph is miraculously solved before the crime occurs? There will be absolutely no miracles. I recall those words, which I heard in one of the fragments Bernkastel has shown me. Bernkastel-san, you showed me how wonderful my world was. I don't want to believe that you created this tale just to hurt ENG. By now, even I realize that you are the game master here. Please, tell me, why are you showing us this game? Of course, no one answered Leon's muttered question. The game created to mock ENG continued emotionlessly, with more terrible twists that didn't betray anyone's expectations anymore. Show whatever terrible game you like. You're trying to say that this is one of the endless possibilities inside the Catbox, right? Just do whatever you want. I won't let something like this get to me. Someday, I'll find out the truth of what happened on Rokkenjima on October 5th, 1986. After meeting Kirie in the parlor, Jessica was told that the test would be held in the dining hall, and she followed Kirie there. Auntie Kirie, there's no one here. They'll be here soon. He'll be here soon. Sit over there. Jessica sat in that chair, looking nervous and agitated. Kirie was by far the calmer of the two. Kirie closed the door behind her, revealing the gun that rested behind it. Jessica was facing the other way, but she saw nothing. Did you hear anything, Aunt Kirie? You know what kind of test this is? Yes. It'll be over soon. I sure hope so. As she complained, Jessica turned her head around, and the tip of her nose bumped into cold metal. Uncle Rudolph? What are you doing? Just can't bring myself to shoot you in the back. Careful, guns are dangerous. What on earth are you doing? You really have to ask why someone's pointing a gun and pull the trigger? Rudolph reloaded rapidly and pulled the trigger again without any sign of hesitation. Sound of gunfire thundered through the rain. George grabbed at his side and fell to his knees. That's weird. Looked like it shoots slow. These guns really got it bad. Somebody! Wait! Uncle Rudolph is... George started stumbling away, still clutching at his side. His voice, as he called for help, was weak and thin. Behind him, Rudolph looked perfectly calm, and he fiddled with his gun and inspected the sights. It hurts. A gouging pain in George's side tormented him. It was so painful that he could barely stand and walk. He leaned against the trunk of a tree. After he crouched down, trying to cover his wound, he was no longer able to stand back up. George didn't have a clue what was going on. However, he had thought it was strange the whole time. Of course it was strange that he should be called out in a place like this, at a time like this. And yet, how could he have guessed that something was wrong? After all, his own uncle had told him that his grandfather was calling for him from the family conference. How could he have gotten suspicious? Sorry about this, George-kun. It hurts, doesn't it? If I knew it'd be like this, I would be more merciful and blow your brains out from behind. I thought it'd be too cruel to finish you off before you knew what hit you. But it looks like I got it backwards. Why, Uncle Rudolph? Why would you, my kind uncle, do this? Just forget about this. By tomorrow night, none of it will have happened. With a quick use of the lever handle, he loaded another bullet. The casing of the bullet that had pierced George's sides fell heartlessly in front of him. Everyone's gonna die in a sudden, unfortunate accident. Until that moment, we'll all have been a big, happy family. That's how it's gonna be. So don't worry about this. Forget it all. Of course, George didn't have a clue what Rudolph was talking about. All he knew was that Rudolph wanted to kill him, and that he showed no trace of hesitation. The image George had of Rudolph as the ideal cool joke-loving adult didn't match up with the Rudolph standing in front of him holding a gun. No, maybe it didn't fit because it fit too well. Even though there was a gun in his hands, Rudolph had a huge smile on his face as though he was about to tell some hilarious joke. Why would that kind, funny Uncle Rudolph do this? It made him feel unimaginably sad, and tears flowed from his eyes. Rudolph, I admired you so much. Haven't I told you, George-kun, to make sure you don't didn't I told you, George-kun, to make sure you don't end up as an adult like me? Now you see. In the next world, make it your first priority to learn how to recognize a real bastard. I know you can do it. After all, it's just another kind of studying. Biting down the pain in his side and summoning the last of his strength, George threw his whole body into a roundhouse kick. At the same time, fire spat from Rudolph's gun. The bullet pierced George's chest. George twisted and fell as blood gushed from the wound. He moaned wordlessly, clenching blood-stained teeth. The frigid gun was pressed hardly against his temple. So long. Go become a great man in the next world. Don't get blinded by money like me. I can't believe that my uncle would kill for money. You're so innocent. People can kill for money. The ruthless trigger forestalled any further questions. George's hands, which had been covering his wound, dropped lifelessly. After Rudolph saw the last glimmer of life leave him, he let out a deeply exhausted sigh he had been holding back for some time. I expected worse. Rudolph looked up into the dark, rainy sky, the raindrops hitting him full in the face, and laughed with an indescribable expression, his tongue hanging out. I figured my conscience would be giving me a harder time. Now that it's over, I'm surprised how little I feel. Rudolph started laughing. This was probably just the thing Kiri had hoped for. He had taken some effort to kill George. Though he had been merciless, the last traces of consciousness in Rudolph's heart had probably slowed him down. However, now that he had killed someone with his own hands, a turning point that few people ever reach, Rudolph had finally awakened. Salve Frank, grazie del ride. Spero che la live sia andata bene. Perdonami, ma non posso perdere il ritmo. Now he finally understood. It's exactly the same as screwing suckers out for their money. The same old game of musical chairs. When there's a pile of money up for grabs, there's no prize for taking your time. The slow ones get kicked down to hell. I scammed dozens of unfortunate saps and buried them in debt. Several of them probably ended up bankrupt. Some of them might have hanged themselves. And I always laughed, saying that wasn't my problem. So there's all to it. The only difference now is that for the first time I've dealt the final blow with my own hands. Thanks, Kiria. You're always the best at cutting away my naivety. Rudolph's evil laugh rang out. The laugh was so purely evil, it was almost refreshing. Evil that still has a conscience and thinks itself good is far more repulsive to behold. If a man commits himself to an evil act, how much more pleasant and graceful it is when he is honest about his intentions. In that sense, Rudolph's evil smile and laugh truly were pleasant and graceful. And so, surely the brutal, bloody stage of the dining hall was also refreshing. Clang, thud, crack, squish. A strange mixture of these sounds kept repeating over and over at the same tempo. Each time a red splash landed on the nearby dangling tablecloth. Jessica-chan, are you listening? Kiria asked this with the sort of smile any aunt might make to her niece. However, Jessica didn't answer. There was nothing particularly surprising about this. After all, by now, her nose was broken, her eyes had been smashed, her teeth had been knocked out. Not only her nose, but her entire face was now hardly recognizable as a face, just a lump of bloody flesh. Kiria finally stopped her task of repeatedly smashing Jessica's face with the stock of her gun. Still sitting on top of Jessica, Kiria tossed the gun to her side, pulled a compact out of her pocket, and looked at her own face in the mirror. Then finally she realized that her face was covered with speckles of fresh blood. How terrible. These clothes will have to go too. With a muffled laugh, Kiria shakily rose to her feet. Jessica wasn't moving anymore. She had been convulsing a bit until a second ago, but now she was still a stone. When it comes to punching women in the face, your aunt is an old pro. Sorry about that. If you hadn't resisted, I could have let you have a much cleaner death. Kiria pulled the tablecloth off and used it like a towel to wipe the blood from all over her body. However, instead of taking the blood off, he just smeared it all around and did nothing to remove the stench of blood and death that covered her. When she got tired of smearing blood all over the tablecloth, Kiria walked over to the extension telephone in the corner of the room. Then she dialed the number for the cousin room in the guest house. Hello? It's me. It's your turn now, Butler-kun. You're next to go to the front of the chapel. Yes, that's right. I haven't been given any instruction about Maria-chan. Have her wait there. Yes, take it seriously. I'm rooting for you to be to be chosen as the successor. With the same smile as usual, the partly wiped splashes of blood still covered her face. Kiria finished her call to Butler. When she set down the receiver, there was a small knock and Rudolph came back into the room. Whoa, what a mess. Jessica-chan had better reflexes than I gave her credit for. I didn't expect her to knock the gun away when she did. It's a bit of a shame that she ended up looking like this. What a waste of a good looks she got from Natsui-san. And what about your end? Did he give you much trouble? No problem there. Plain and simple. When Kiria heard Rudolph's instant response, she favored him with an evil smile. Yes, the man she loved was the sort who could do whatever he puts his mind to, without letting cheap emotions get in the way. I love you, Rudolph-san. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's hard to imagine an easier job to net you 1 billion yen. It's like Dad always said, in the life of every man there comes one day where he has to be willing to kill. In other words, always be willing to kill if your own survival depends on it. That's my favorite of the things he used to say. What's next? My rifle is hungry for blood. We've got a big job coming up. Convincing Butler-kun. Oh, that's right. That'll be a pain. Hope I don't have to end it by pulling the trigger. I'm fond of it, you know? Our little family of 3 with ENG. But if you really want Butler-kun to join in on that, good luck. Sure. Not gonna give him the room to argue back. Don't worry, I've worked out a scenario to trick him for good. Good luck. I do hope for ENG's beloved big brother not to get caught up in an explosion accident if it can be avoided. I know. Alright, I'm heading back to the chapel. Rudolph-san. What? If Butler-kun doesn't buy it... I know. If it comes to that, bang. Remember, Butler-kun is the type to take action, so much so that he left the family out of protest when I married you. If your story to him isn't right, if he starts questioning things later on, he'll prove fatal to us. I know. Believe in me. So, if I decide that Butler-kun is the least bit suspicious, I'll kill him myself. He's not my kid, after all. Yeah, I know. So, Kirie, promise me one thing. What's that? If I can trick Butler and the 3 of us make it off this island. Yes. Never say that Butler isn't your kid again. You're his mother. Please. Sure, I promise. Kirie shrugged and answered as she loaded bullets. You go to the chapel, I'll wait until Butler-kun has left and then clean up everything inside the guest house. Sure you'll be alright doing that alone? You worry about yourself. Butler left the guest house under an umbrella. He had been called out to the area in front of the chapel just like George had been. Not even half of an hour had passed since the time George and Jessica had been called out. Apparently, this test didn't last too long. Damn geezer. You didn't even show up for lunch and now you show up in the middle of the night with a test? I'll bet living as a shut-in got his sense of day and night all backwards. Complaining all the way, Butler strolled off into the rain. Almost immediately, he was swallowed up by the darkness of the rose garden and passed out of sight. And then, Kirie could be seen coming out of the darkness of the rose garden. Her right hand held a gun, her left an umbrella. Her inner pocket contained the master key she had stolen from Goda. Her right pocket a handful of bullets. Her left held a knife she had taken from the kitchen. She was a carefully and perfectly outfitted murderer. Another bolt of lightning struck down the swirling skies. It only lit up half of Kirie's face. Her cheek was still covered with Jessica's blood. Under the eaves, Kirie folded up her umbrella, smiled and spoke to no one. How's it going, everyone? Rudolph could be seen under the eaves of the chapel. He had hidden his gun in the nearby shadows and now was smoking a cigarette. Should be easy to trick that dimwit. If it doesn't work, that's just too bad. He glanced over at the place he stowed his gun. The cigarette smoke began to pleasantly cloud his mind. Butler isn't a kid anymore. He's an adult who can choose his path through his life as he pleases. When animals grew up, it's normal for them to leave their group and go on a journey. Humans are the only ones that keep treating them like kids even after they get big. If it was gonna come to this, I should have never begged for you to come back. I regret dragging you back into the family. He puffed out those words along with the smoke. When Butler came, he didn't intend to voice those regrets of his. Rudolph had already determined to play the part of the evil murderer who killed for money. Still not here. What's taking him so long? At that moment he heard the sound of someone stepping in gravel. He looked up, thinking that Butler had finally arrived, but the sound had come from the direction opposite of the mansion. Rudolph, how could you? Could you do that to my husband? Haneki, you're alive? Yeah, sorry, but I lived. Too bad. But my husband wasn't so lucky. How could you? How could you? With a face obscured by anger and tears, Eva slowly walked closer, her gun raised. Her husband had been killed right in front of her. She probably wouldn't even hesitate. Realizing that a gun quivered with anger was pointed right at his chest, Rudolph backed away, and he pretended to back away. As he pretended to back away, he approached the gun he had hidden in the shadows. Calm down, Aneki. Put the gun down. I never wanted that to happen. Everything happened so fast, there was nothing I could do. How could you say such half-baked lies? As Eva said, it really had been a half-baked, pointless thing to say. Rudolph would have said anything if he thought he would have calmed Eva's emotion before she pulled the trigger, which she looked capable of doing at any moment now. Then Rudolph's foot came in contact with his gun. Just talk this over. George-kun should be here soon. George-kun, we're over here. Rudolph waved as though George was coming from behind Eva. Let Eva's attention turn in that direction. That idiot. My simple big sister has always been a sucker. Die! Gunfire. Then a bit later the sound of something heavier than rain drip-dropping onto the cobblestone floor. I've always been able to see through your tricks. The bullet Eva fired had struck Rudolph square in the chest. The bullet Rudolph fired had missed, landing near Eva's feet. Yes, I was right. This gun doesn't shoot. Does shoot low. He dropped the gun into a puddle with a splash, staggered backwards and leaned against the wall of the chapel. No, that's not it. All good westerns end with the bad guy's bullet missing. Eva dashed up to him, kicking away the gun that had fallen into a puddle, and grabbed Rudolph by the collar. What about George? Where is he? I won't let you kill him. Sorry, Aneki. It is already done. You're lying. Did it in the bushes over there. Go take a look. You'll see. Eva, who said she had always been able to see through her little brother's tricks, also knew that Rudolph's final words, as his consciousness began to fade from having been shot, were not a lie. An empty shell casing bounced off the cobblestone. The furious gun barrel was pressed against Rudolph's forehead. Go ahead and shoot. I doubt I'll bring you much peace, though. A bolt of lightning turned everything white. However, the white of the chapel was stained blood red. The red splash like a crushed tomato covered the wall behind Rudolph's head. Then, leaving a red trail behind him, Rudolph slid down the wall, sat on the ground and fell over. Eva dashed off towards the bushes. She found George's corpse almost immediately, screamed, and broke down sobbing. Rudolph's bloody corpse was exposed to the rain, and the rain that ran down off the eaves. His eyes were still wide open. A ragged, fist-tight hole had been torn open in the back of his head, exposing its content to the open air. Inside was minced flesh and bright red jelly. That goop, which looked like someone had mixed it in with a spoon, ripped from his eyes, nose, ear, mouth, and the hole on his head. Ange clutched at her head, sobbing and moaning. Her father had dirtied his hand with murder over money, and on top of that, he had faced such a cruel end, and Ange had been forced to see his corpse. It was hard to imagine a more painful experience for a daughter to go through. I'm totally fed up with this. It's completely meaningless. Verncastel-san, I know you're here somewhere. Please make this game stop. There's no point in it. As if in answer to that yell, a black shadow appeared a few seats in front of them. Or perhaps she had been sitting there the whole time. Maybe we just couldn't see her until we realized that she was there. It was, without a doubt, the back of Verncastel's head. Pipe down back there. Can't you watch the show quietly? The witch turned around with bored eyes, as though the two who were yelling were the strange ones. Please stop this. We realize that this world is the sealed Catbox world of October 4th and 5th. The games are like messages, or maybe more like a roundabout love letter, conveying a single message over several games. But we already understand. We know that endless tales can seep out of the sealed 2-day Catbox. And beyond that, I even know the culprit and the motive. That has already been revealed, and it has nothing to do with this game. We both know the answer, that this is the Catbox tale. So there shouldn't be any reason to hold further games like this. If this is supposed to be a game between you and us, then we already know the answer. The game should be able to end now. Just shut up already. Didn't you hear Bern tell you to be quiet? Another shadow appeared in the next seat over, turned around and scolded the pair. There is a point. If you just watch, you'll see it. Are you the game master? Not at all. Then who is it? Could it be Claire? If you watch, you'll see. Not much longer now. The tragedy is already reaching its climax. Who'll survive, I wonder? Ben Castle isn't the game master? Then who is? Could Claire have created this cruel tale? Or are there even more witches playing around with this Catbox? The guest house was wrapped in silence. There were no sounds, no trace of anyone's presence, no breathing from anyone alive. There wasn't anything to be heard anymore. If there was a sound, that would be the sound of a murderer's feet stepping across the floor. Kyrie slowly passed through the lounge. In her right hand was a gun, in her left hand was a knife. The knife was stained with blood, and some was still dripping from the tip, leaving behind red tracks like a demon footprints. Her hands were filled with tools of murder, so she wasn't capable of doing anything but murder. In that sense, at this moment, she was nothing more than a pure and unadulterated murderer. The murderer reached to the front door, and then, finally, she looked down at her blood-stained hands, the hands that carried the tools of death, which she had performed a cruel massacre, with which she had performed a cruel massacre. Scusate, 3 ore e mezza leggo. At last, the murderer realized that she couldn't even open the door like this, and threw away the knife in her left hand. Then she placed her hand on the door, turned around calmly, and spoke. Sorry, everyone. But don't worry. In a few days, the newspapers will be talking about an unfortunate accident. And I'm sure the news shows, newspaper and the rumor spreading people will say that you must have spent your time in happy ignorance until the instant of the accident. In other words, that means you all had a good time until midnight on October 5th. So, said the one who had stained the guest house red. At this hour, the cousins are still up late and playing around. The servants who have the morning shift are all snoring. The ones on the late shift are probably filling in the log or taking a break about now. That's how it is. From where I am now, I can hear the laughter coming from the cousins' room. Humans outside the Catbox would probably never understand what Kyrie was saying. Only she, shut inside the Catbox of the explosion accident, could understand the true meaning of her words. Outside, the rain poured down heavily. Kyrie almost picked up an umbrella, but then stopped suddenly, as if she had just thought of something. Then she started walking out into the rain, not caring at all whether she got wet or not. Did the murderer not want an umbrella to get in the way of her pointing gun? Or was she hoping that the rain could act as a shower to get the blood off of her? Kyrie stopped walking, as though something unexpected had caught her attention. However, this time, it was no whim of hers. Could you? You're my husband. Oh, Eva-san. That's surprising. How could I have missed you from that distance? I'm just as surprised. I still can't believe I survived. You came here from the underground stairway behind the chapel, right? In that case... That's right. I bumped into Rudolph in front of the chapel. Did he look well? Oh, yes. It's been a while since we siblings had a nice chat. I see. He's such a show-off, but he's so unreliable in a tight spot. Looks like he's hopeless without me after all. Kyrie had already realized that Rudolph had been killed. However, no trace of urgency or panic rose to her face. She just closed her eyes with her usual unconcerned expression, and when she opened them again, she had regained her composed smile. Thank you. I'm grateful. Now I can really have everything to myself. That's the blood on your... What's the blood on your clothes? You just came out of the guest house, didn't you? Don't tell me. Yes, that's right. I'm in the middle of a murder right now. You killed them? All of them? Even Maria-chan? There was no reason to let them live until morning. When morning came, there would be an uproar, and that could prove to be a pain. They might have used a wireless to contact someone off the island and gotten help. So this was clearly the best move to take. If you flip over the chessboard and look at it that way. Monster! I can't believe you're so blinded by greed that you committed murder. Don't forget what you did yourself. That was an accident. I didn't mean to kill them. I'm not like you. Oh, yes you are. If that gun hadn't gone off, you would have kept on arguing and grappling with each other. And if you had, then the two of you would eventually have reached the same answer as I did, just a few steps slower. I'm not a murderer. Not true. You're absolutely a murderer, just one who didn't get a chance. You were saved by an accidental discharge, that's all. If it weren't for that bit of good luck, and if I hadn't sprung into action before you did, then you would have played the same role I'm playing now. That is a fact, a truth of an alternate future, and it won't go away no matter how much you try to deny it. Don't try to confuse me. However, on the inside, I've understood. Back then, she probably had been saved by that coincidental misfire. If the argument had continued much longer, she would surely have grown a desire to kill Kraus and the others, and might even have carried it out. She simply could not deny the existence of that demon deep within her heart. Only the theater-goers knew. They knew that she could become a killer in another world. And Kyrie, who did not have the theater-going ability, knew this fact also. Apparently, she really was an extraordinary person. So, for some time, Eva could only grind her teeth in silence, still pointing her gun. Don't understand. You're also a mother. You felt the pain of giving birth to your own child. How can you not know how precious a life is? How are you capable of doing this? You can create a child without even trying. What does that have to do with anything? Children are bonds, is what I mean. What? Children are bonds that tie you to your husband. In my case, a bond to make Rudolph's son acknowledge me so that I could take him back from that woman. But you've killed Rudolph's son now. So, you understand what that means, right? What do you mean? I understand? What do you mean I understand? Right now, I'm no man's wife, so there's no need for me to be a mother. I am me, Kyrie. Now that Rudolph's son's dead, I'm not even an Ushiromiya anymore. I live to benefit me. Right. Rudolph is dead, so maybe you aren't a wife anymore. But you still have ENG-chan, right? You're still a mother, aren't you? Didn't you hear what I just said about bonds? Now that Rudolph's son is gone, ENG is no use to me. You... How could any mother say that about her own daughter? Vanessa, let's put a stop to this. Stop pretending to be so noble. Pretending? Did either of us marry because we wanted children? We didn't, right? We married because we wanted to live with the man we loved. And once you've married, you never want to let that man go for the rest of your life, correct? Children are a weapon to be used for that goal. No one would have children for a reason like that. Some people would have children for a reason like that. Che merda che sei, madonna quanto ti odio. Sono 200 ore che sto tenendo questa cosa dentro di me. Porca di quella puttana, ti voglio strappare gli occhi, i denti uno a uno, staccarti li... Kyrie kept on speaking emotionlessly, ignoring the falling rain. Her relaxed smile did not falter for an instant. Angie was just a chain I used to tie Rudolph-san to me. Or you could call her a chess piece. Someone to play a role of the kid in your family drama. To me, Angel was nothing more than a piece, necessary so that I could act the part of the good mother in front of Rudolph-san. Could you say that to Angel-chan's face? Of course, that'd be pointless. Of course, that would be pointless. Of course. That'd be pointlessly cruel, so I won't say this to her directly. I plan to write her a letter asking her to forgive her bad mother, then vanish from her life. You've seen what Rosa and Maria-chan are like, right? Now that Rudolph-san's gone, Angel just a chain tying me down. I'll go back to being just Kyrie and enjoy the rest of my life at my leisure. A new challenge and a new life. And maybe even a new love. You call yourself human. You call yourself Angel-chan's mother. Who gives a damn about Angel? She's a little brat. I have never once felt any affection for her. How can you? Prego, Eva, spara. Spara, basta. Spara, basta. Non la voglio più sentire parlare. You've been released from your family drama too, haven't you? Let's sing the praises of a woman's freedom. You should thank me for giving George-kun's killed for you. Con The Dangle, tra l'altro. The two yells and the sound of gunfire thundered across the dark rose garden. Slowly Eva fell backwards. Then she landed in a puddle, scattering countless drops of water. Across from her, Kyrie spun around as though dancing. Beautiful black rose petals scattered around her. They were dark red rose petals, and those rose petals sprayed from her throat and spun around like in a circle, and slowly crumpled. L'ha beccata nella gola. Then she fell to the ground, sending muddy water flying. The two women who both fired their guns and fallen. However, when the thunder roared, it was only Eva who sat back up. Eva hadn't been shot. Kyrie intensely had made her fall backwards, but the bullet had once again only grazed her. Eva cursed her good luck. Why couldn't this luck have saved her husband or her son? Die there, for Angel-chan's sake. Ah, lo dice, ok. Die there, for Angel-chan's sake. You'll be killed in the explosion accident. Till the moment of your death, you worried about your daughter you left behind. I'll carve that message into the lid of the Catbox. When Kirie heard this, blood dripped from her grinning mouth, and she seemed to say something in response. However, her voice came out only as globs of blood from her hole in her throat, not words. It's a lie. It's all a lie. Angel, please calm down. This is just a game. That couldn't possibly be what your mother truly feels. It's just something that the game master made Aunt Kirie's peace say. But saying that did nothing to calm Angel's sobs. I don't blame her. Even if she knows it's just a game, she's been forced to see not only her mother's death, but also her mother announcing that she was a culprit of a mass murder and he didn't even love her daughter. Anyone who would sob after hearing that. Enough of this. I don't care who the game master is. Stop this pointless game right now. When Leon yelled this, the theater suddenly went pitch black, swallowed in darkness. However, this wasn't enough to shock Leon. Leon continued to yell Berncastle's name into the darkness, telling the witch to stop the game. Then a single beam of light shone down upon the stage. There was Claire, the one who had appeared just for a second right before this cruel game began. Claire! So, you were the game master after all? I don't understand. Why? Claire didn't answer. In fact, it looks as though she hadn't even heard. Her eyes were blank, and you could tell that she wasn't what she was looking at. And you couldn't tell what she was looking at. In fact, she was even forgetting to blink. She looked just like a doll. Then another beam of light lit up the side of the stage. Under that light stood Berncastle. At the same time, though there appeared to be none other in the audience, a large applause rang out. Berncastle raised her right hand in response to the applause. She kept doing so until the applause died down. So you were the master of this game after all. Leon, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm not the game master? Then are you saying it's Claire? That's impossible. Yep, that is, of course, impossible. After all, Claire is dead. We were just conducting her funeral. Did you forget that? Then just who is standing there? A corpse? It's not taxidermy, so of course she still has her insides. She's hiding it in a beautiful exterior, but she's actually packed full of guts. When Berncastle raised her right hand, a light fell on it and a black, shining sight appeared there. It's a cold, merciless and cruel object, like something a classic Grim Reaper might hold. What are you planning to do? When they're alive, you can enjoy watching them struggle. When they're dead, you can enjoy tearing out their guts. Tales of things you get to enjoy twice. That's what it means to be a witch of theater going. Berncastle pressed the blade of a reaper against Claire's stomach, then slowly slid across. Then, along the line she traced, Claire's dress was sliced open. was now clear that the size she held was not a fake one for theatrical use, and it was clear just what she had planned to do next that made her cruel smile so fitting. ENG? Can you hear me? I hear you. You tear me to bits. Make me read. What's next? Are you showing me this worst possible tale to hurt me even more? Is this fun for you? Yeah, I bet it is. I had a grand old time with it too. Did you think that this would be enough to break me? You think I'll just sit around crying any longer just because of this disgusting game of yours? Both you and Leon seem to have the wrong idea. I'm not the game master. This tale is not one that I created. Then, the woman in the dress is the game master? No, she isn't. That can't be. Then who's the game master? Who created this disgusting tale? You still don't understand. What don't we understand? ENG? You gambled everything on a faint chance of a miracle, throwing yourself forward. Out of respect from your courage, I invited you to the 2-day world of October 4th and 5th, 1986. What was your goal? To take your family back. That would be a very difficult thing to do, and without the blessing of a miracle, a thoroughly impossible one. You were prepared for that, weren't you? Yes, I'm prepared, and I still haven't given up on Oni-chan, Mom and Dad. Whether you give up or not, it's your choice. That's your own game, after all. I won't support you and I won't interfere either. I've already enjoyed my fill of games that use you as a piece. I have no need for you any longer. Well, that's a relief. Then why am I here? Didn't you invite me? Yes, that's right. I invited you here to thank you for entertaining me for a while as my piece. To thank me? Is this how witches show gratitude? Yeah, it's been a real blast, you sick monster. How dare you do this to my parents, putting them in this sick game? ENG, you made a wish, hoping that you could take your family back. However, you made one more wish, remember? No, I don't! You wanted to know what happened on that day. What happened on Rokkenjima on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Didn't ENG leave on her journey with Amakusa because she longed to answer that question? That's right. So what's your point? You don't mean... Leon realized what Bernkastel was getting at, and because of that, Leon was too shocked to speak. The Game Master isn't Bernkastel or Claire. Then who is it? That's the wrong question. There is no Game Master. That could mean only one thing. ENG, you still don't understand? What? This is the truth. The inside of the Catbox of October 4th and 5th, 1986. After this, Eva survived the explosion by escaping to Kuadorian. And since she never spoke of the inside of the Catbox, no matter how much you wanted to know, the truth was shut within the Catbox for all eternity. What are you saying? Only Eva returned alive. Even though the police claimed it was an accident, the public didn't believe it. Then she took over her husband's company, and the harder she worked to make it more and more successful, the more enemies she made. In the eyes of the public, she became viewed as the queen of a vast criminal plot. I'm sure she wanted to tell people what really happened, the truth that no one would ever believe without proof. Bit by bit, Eva's heart began to snap. You rejected Eva, just like everyone else. So, she rejected you in return. You were the two last members of the Ushiromiya family, and your relationship was completely strained. Each time she compared you with her beloved son, she grew more and more twisted and broken. Then, a strange message bottle was picked up and became a topic of conversation. It contained a bizarre story of which told of mysterious serial murder related to the Golden Rokenjima. Everyone rejected the explosion accident theory and started to think up conspiracy theories. Some of those theories named Eva as a culprit, which tormented her even more. But Eva used that to create the Catbox. And until the moment of her death, she protected it. She protected the lock that she held, that held the Catbox shut. So no human would ever reach the truth inside the Catbox. Not unless the witches who crossed the sea of fragments opened the lock. This is the truth. You're lying. If this was actually true, then you'll be able to say it using the red truth. But you can't. Of course you can't. Engie, calm down. Engie writhed with such strength that the chain on her arms and legs looked like they might snap. All over her body, a red, gooey liquid started to seep out. It was as though cracks had opened all over, and her blood was leaking out of all of them. What's that? You wanted me to announce it clearly with the red truth? Then I'll do that just for you. And the scream covered up Ben's red truth. Stupid kid. If only you hadn't made me say that, I could have shut it up inside the Catbox. But you did tell me to do. You did tell me to, right? I knew you would, of course. And I so wanted to see you scream like that. What a lovely expression. One that will keep me laughing for about 100 years. Go back to being scrap meat. Engie. As Engie held her head and screamed, the blood dripping from her finally grew so thick that it started scattering all over the place. Then, bit by bit, her body began to melt, no, to fall apart. Then bits of her began to pile up on the chair until she was nothing but a pile of guts and scraps. Is the truth really such a precious thing? How absurd, how foolish. You can't control humans. Why can't humans control their own truth? They stupidly search for the truth like that's all that matters. And when they finally find it and can't stand it, they turn themselves into scrap meat. Hey, are you watching? Claire? You wanted to hide this truth too. didn't you? For fun, you wrote several Catbox tales and sealed them in message bottles like the end of one of those mystery novels you admired. Then you threw them into the sea to save those who would suffer if they knew the truth. You sealed everything in a cat box, and Eva provided the lock. And I've sliced that cat box open for you. All of that effort you spent to hide it has gone to waste. I've exposed all of the truth you hid with your death. That's what you've been after. You did all of this just to insult Claire's death. And then you showed it to ENG to just make her suffer. You really were an evil witch after all. I've been a witch the whole time. A traveler whose only goal is to escape boredom. Care for it, love it while it's still alive, then eat the guts when it's dead. That's how witches live. What you have done is unforgivable to me. You've hurt ENG and humiliated Claire, the person I would become in another world. I cannot forgive you for this. Leon, despite all of this, you are what Claire longs to be. Even after death, she longs for it. From the moment that Claire was thrown from the cliff, her fate was already sealed. I'm sure it gave her a little bit of salvation to know that another her lives in happiness in another world. That's right. I'm her salvation. So I must live life to the fullest. Live life for the both of us. Leon, let me show you just a bit more of this tale of the truth. I'm not interested. Don't worry, it'll be very interesting. After the duel between Eva and Kiria, the guest house is wrapped in silence. Let me invite you to the parlor at that point in time. The parlor? The one in the mansion. Bencaster snapped her fingers and the scene of the mansion parlor unfolded before them. In the cruel tale they had just been shown, the parlor hadn't been particularly important. Jessica had been summoned to the parlor, but she was then immediately led to the dining hall and killed there. So there had been nothing in the parlor, and right now there was nothing in the parlor that appeared before Leon. Sapevo che prima o poi sarebbe uscito. Just what is supposed to be here? As you can see, there's nothing here. But watch, I'm about to show you something interesting. If you call it interesting, that's a sure sign that it isn't. Go on, take a look. It's right there, right in that corner. Bencaster was pointing at nothing more than a corner of the room. There was nothing there. She had told Leon to look there, so Leon was expecting something terrible to be there, but there really was nothing there at all. That's right. There's nothing there. At least, not in this world. But what if we peek into the next fragment over? On the white, blank wall, bit by bit, a splash of blood seeped into view. Then, right there, a corpse appeared. But that couldn't be. This is... me? It was Leon, lying dead against the wall. Ushiromi and Leon's corpse lay there, exposed. What's going on here? Why am I here? This is supposed to be Claire's world, not mine. Claire and I can't exist at the same time, right? Yes, that's right. That's because I just switched worlds, switched fragments. Switched to your world, that is. I don't understand. It's very simple. They both end the same way. Don't get it. Why would I be dead here? In your world, on October 4th, 1986, Beatrice's funeral was held just before the family conference. Yes, I know that. And for me, that happened today, a short while ago. From the time until late that night, do you know what happened? Nothing at all. The cousins are all going to play together, and the whole family will have dinner together. Then, that night, the family conference took place, and you were going to succeed the headship when you turned 20, right? Was the entire family satisfied with that, I wonder? I don't know if they're satisfied, but the decision has been made. The head made it himself. Looks like even you don't believe they were satisfied. That's it right there. Kinzo adored you more than anything and tried to make an exception and set you up as the next head. Of course, his children wouldn't have been happy with that. With siblings objected to having Leon succeed, the sibling objected to having Leon succeed the headship. Even Kraus joined in, saying that Leon was still too young. Then, on the night of the family conference, Kinzo tried proposing a difficult riddle. You don't mean... That's right, the riddle of the epitaph. As you can tell by the mechanism set into the chapel, Kinzo thought up the epitaph trick near the beginning, when the mansion on Rokkenjima was built. He had the romantic idea of someday using it as a test to select the next head. Kinzo decided to present that riddle at the family conference. Did he plan to give the position of successor to the person who solved it? Or did he promise to reconsider Leon's position as the head if it was solved? Either way, Kinzo was confident. He was confident that no one would be able to solve this tough riddle which he had created himself. After that, everything happened exactly like the truth you just saw. The siblings solved it right away, and there was a clash over the pile of gold. Then Kiria and Rudolph carried out the late-night murders to prevent any chance of the crime being discovered the next morning and an outcry being raised. They called the kids out from the cousin's room one by one and then killed them. As the first of the cousins, you were the first to be called out. Then Kiria shot you dead right here in the parlor. No, that's not quite right. You're the Ushiromi Leon from the early evening of October 4th, 1986. So I'll say it this way. Tonight, Kiria will shoot you dead in the parlor. It's insane. That's right. Probability. Just like a miracle called Leon only has a slight probability of arising from Claire, Aunt Kiria must only commit murder with a tiny probability close to zero. Aren't you the witch who specializes in finding extremely improbable worlds? That is correct. I had to find one fragment out of 2,578,917 in order to discover the miracle that it is you. However, it was very, very easy to find this result for your world. After all, probability isn't a factor. I'm a witch who can find any miracle, no matter how unlikely it is. But I can't find things that don't exist. If the witch of certainty really guarantees that something is certain, even I can't win against her. with 2,578,916 out of 2,578,917 probability, you live in the world as Claire, and toyed with by an inescapable fate, and meet with a tragic end. And with a 1 out of 2,578,917 probability, you live as Ushiromi Leon, and you are killed by Kiria tonight. In other words, your fate, no, the fate of the two of you share, traps you in an inescapable dead end, a hell of fate. With a 2,578,917 out of a 2,578,917 probability. To put it another way, it's certain fate with absolutely no chance for a miracle. Too bad for you, Claire. No, Beatrice. The bright light seemed to turn the whole world white. Then the next moment they were back in the theater. As Claire stood absolutely still on the stage, the tip of Berncastle's reaper sights traced a line across her stomach. A red line was drawn across her white skin, exposed now that the dress had been cut, and the black blood began to seep out. Beatrice, trapped in that inescapable, certain, locked away pair of days, you became a witch who could give birth to endless possibilities within that 2-day Catbox. In exchange, it was absolutely certain that you would not be saved or rewarded. However, you had a dream. You dreamed of Ushiromi Leon. You consoled yourself with the thought of a miracle world where you could have lived in happiness and would never have become Claire. I really had to work hard to find Leon. As Beato dreamed, Leon's existence was a true miracle, and at the end of your funeral, I wanted to show you that even with that miracle, you couldn't have escaped this tragedy. Faced with the little bit of sky that she could see through the bars of the jail that imprisoned her, the witch called Beatrice dreamed of a world where she might have been happy. However, the sky beyond the bars was part of a larger jail. The more I hear, the less I understand about you. Why would you do something like this? I lost a game to Beato, so I wanted to get back at her. Yeah, now I feel a lot better about losing that game. Hey Beato, are you watching? Can you see this? And do you remember? Remember when I promised you that there would be absolutely no miracles? So, Leon, allow me to return you to your world, right before Beato's eyes. It looks like the witch of theater going are all sick and tired of those happy family get-together scenes, so I'll send you into the moment just before Kiria shoots you. Then, I'll make sure Beato witnesses that moment. Die, puke spittle Leon, the last stop of puke spittle Beato. Bencaster raised the Reaper's sight, swung it down with gusto, and plunged deep into Claire's stomach. Did you think you'd get an easy death? But humiliating a corpse and tearing out its guts is what I'm best at. Heartlessly, ruthlessly, brutally, she swung the enormous blade buried in Claire's stomach back up and towards the heavens. Along a vertical line from Claire's stomach to her chest, the blade cut deeply, slicing Claire open. The red-black innards jutted out, and then, like a dam breaking, they burst out of her stomach, covering the world with dark red entrails. Steal the Italian's gold, you say? You coward, Ushiromiya! And you call yourself a soldier of the Empire? Father, I do love and respect you, Father. But your feelings are something Why did you save me? Why didn't you let me die? Because of that terrible injury, I've been forced to live in a body like this. I never wanted to live in a body like this. This body isn't even capable of love. What's the point in living like that? This isn't a human life. It's like being furniture. That's right. I'm furniture. Furniture. Why didn't you let me die back then? When I came to, I was in the parlor of the mansion. When did I get here? I heard a sound behind me, then slowly turned around. And there... Sorry. Sorry, please don't take this personally. I could see down the frigid barrel of the gun Aunt Kiria was pointing. Then, slowly, she pulled the trigger. I could feel a razor-sharp wind pass through my body like a knife slicing through butter. Prepared for death and hoping to see my fate until the end, I slowly opened my eyes. The world had been cut into two. Kiria was frozen in place like a statue, still pointing her gun with a cold smile on her face. And had been cut in half at an angle, the top part of her slowly sliding off to the side. No, that wasn't quite right. That wasn't right at all. It wasn't just Kiria. The whole world had been sliced in half at an angle and was sliding off to the side. Fissures seemed to appear across the world, and before I had any time to process it, the world shattered. You! When you own a cat, you tend to pick up their habits. He pointed at Ben Castle with the tip of the pitch-black sword that had sliced the world, glaring at her. What's this? Are you saying you came back here on a whim? There's no way you'd end up things on a happy note. Do you really hate Beatrice so much? You think I let her win and get away? I have to pay her back in full for the humiliation she caused me. When I hold a grudge, I don't forget about it for 100 years. You're a gloomy person. Please, you mustn't ignore my heart. Are you okay, Leon? Hey, what's wrong? Leon has suddenly doubled over, groaning. My chest hurts. It's... Will roughly grabbed the hand that was pressed against Leon's chest and tore it away. Blood was seeping out of the place that Leon's hand had been. It was the place that the bullet would have entered if Kiri had shot Leon. Leon's body is already in the process of accepting its fate. Leon, hang in there. Damn these chains. When Will tried to pick up Leon, he finally noticed that the chains attached to wrist and ankle. What's this? Are you trying to take the kid and escape? I won't let you. Leon needs to cough up blood, despairing at the fact that there is no hope in any of the many worlds. We're all here to watch Leon die in agony and despair. Leon isn't a show. Will swung his pitch black sword and destroyed the chains binding Leon. The chains and shackles shattered into little bits like glass and vanished. You intend to get in the way of my fun. You aren't God. All you can do is sneer at fate. Leon's fate is decided by Leon. You can't use a human's fate like a toy. You've got guts saying that to the great Ben Castle, Witch of the Senate. I have no more use for you either. Get it? You've shown that Beato's fantasy is a mystery and cut it to pieces. You fulfilled your role. I would have let you be if only you just left quietly. Now that you've strolled on back here, you can hardly complain when I made you my plaything, can you? Come to me, my sweet little kitties. Scratch them up and tear off their skin. Peel them like grapes. Madonna. Oh. When Ben Castle clapped their hands twice, countless pair of glaring jewels appeared all around Will and Leon. They were clearly cat eyes, but their breathing sounded more terrifying than any cat. I'll handle this. Trimming kitty's nails is nothing new to me. A number of jewels surrounding them already reached into the thousands. Will pointed his sword in one direction after another, warding off the surrounding cats. Get a grip, Leon. You haven't been shot. Don't accept that you've been... No. Don't accept that you're going to be shot. Leon tried to fight an incredible tearing pain. No, it was a fight against the promised future that Ben Castle had shown. However, the gouging stake representing that future, which the Witch of Miracles had guaranteed, would hold absolutely no miracle, was firm and merciless. Bit by bit, and yes, unceasingly, it continued to pierce Leon's chest. Listen up. I'm going to break through their perimeter for just a second. Well, when I do, you need to run with all you've got. Don't change directions, just keep running. Doesn't matter where to. Just make sure you get far away from this place and keep on running no matter what happens. I'll try to the best of my abilities. If I can't do it, please forgive me. If you can't, Never say die. I won't let you. Claire won't let you. Did you forget that you're Claire 1 in 2,578,917 chance? If you give up, you're betraying all the other yous in countless worlds. So don't lose heart. Keep on struggling and struggling. Don't look for a miracle. Be one. Be miracle? You are gonna reach a happy future. You can't give up and you can't complain. Just you try complaining one more time. I'll be the one pinching your ass. How very confident you are, telling this kid to be a miracle when you stand before the Witch of Miracles. Miracles are no more than fantasy. Grovel in this world that has been convicted as a mystery and die like a die horribly like a worm. The witches of theater going are looking forward to watching it. You call that mystery? You think I'd ever accept a mystery without heart? Let the cat who wants to be made into shamisen strike first. What a pain. Let's have you all at once. I am Willer H. Wright, SSVD Chief's Inquisitor. This'll be the final time I draw my sword. Trash him, kitties. At once, all of the cat's eyes opened wide, undulated and spun around in a spiral, then swallowed Will up. But Will and Leon were not swallowed up. As though a balloon had expanded around the two of them and burst, the cats that had flown in at them from all directions were now being launched away. Not bad. I don't give a damn about your kitties. It's just the mama cat I care about. Bencaster, Witch of Miracles. It's about time someone trimmed your claws. Another flash of the black blaze spun in a black tornado and scattered the cats once more. Leon, realizing that this was the opening Will had planned to make, ran all out, hand on chest. Will, I'm running. Diana has a weak stomach. Make sure you only give her warm milk. Before Leon could ask Will to repeat what he had said, Will had already leapt onto the stage and was now confronting Bercastel. It was like the climax of a show. Loud cheers erupted from the pitch-black audience seating. On either side of Claire, who lay with her insides exposed, stood Will with his pitch-black sword, and Bercastel with the scythe that could harvest miracles from fate. Kirio and Rudolph are the culprits and they massacred the people on the island. They called Leon out to the parlor and then shot Leon to death? Sorry, but the concept of mysteries rejects these truths of yours. This is all fantasy. Fantasy? You're calling it to try and let Leon escape fate? You're calling it that to try and let Leon escape fate? By all means, try. Rule 1. It is forbidden to have a crime without all clues presented. Will's black sword had cut through Bencastle's body at a diagonal angle. However, it had no effect, like cutting the reflection of the moon on the water. What's this? What do you mean by clues? I won't accept your mystery with Kiri and Rudolph as the culprits. You won't find clues showing that they're the culprits no matter which game you look at. Of course you won't. Even if they did exist at one point, the whole island blew up. Which means that there aren't any clues. And that means that this is no mystery. It's fantasy. It's impossible for an unproven truth to become truth in the human world. In other words, even the truth cannot leave the Catbox. Are you trying to shut the truth inside the Catbox? Is this how the mystery genre is supposed to fight? Madonna, mai sentite così tanto presa Bern a ridere? With a laugh like a howl of a wild animal, Bencastle carelessly tossed her side aside. You're not even worth fighting. Get over here, puke spittle. Try and cut me all you like. I'll listen to all you've got to say. The 20 wedges will pierce every part of your heartless mystery. Here it comes. And when you realize that you can't defeat me with those 20 wedges, you know what will happen next, right? Come on. I'll play with you and those 20 wedges of yours. Sì, Will era investigatore, era Chief Inquisitor della SSVD, non la Eiserne Jungfrau, che lì Chief Inquisitor è Dlanor, ma una delle altre organizzazioni di witch hunting del paradiso. Abbiamo l'altro Tea Party ancora. Abbiamo quello delle streghe, i 4 punti di domanda. Ok, I guess not. Ah, che spavento, è caduta la luce. Porco cane, che spavento. Ok. Trying to ignore an incredible painful chest, Leon kept on running and running without stopping. I dashed out of the theater of the witches of theater going, then ran through an incomprehensible world of blackness. Before I knew it, I was running through a place that looked like a sea of stars, or maybe the bottom of the ocean with the stars scattered around. If I get careless for a second, I'll probably trip. No, if I get careless, I won't be able to tell whether I'm running or just making running motions as I free fall, endlessly sinking deeper into the oceans of stars. I just kept on running without any goal or target. I mustn't stop moving. I mustn't fall here. If I fall, I crush the hope of the me's in countless worlds. The happy world that the Beatrices porco cane. The happy world that the Beatrices dreamed of. I'm their last hope, the only one who can reach that world. Even though I understand this, the witch who controls miracles has declared there will be no miracle, and that the truth that she thrusts in front of me with those words gouges cruelly into my chest. Sorry, Will. My body can't. Leon finally succumbed to the fierce pain and fate and fell over. Leon's body was held roughly from behind and lifted up. Will, you're okay? No, not really. Don't give up. Didn't I tell you I'd pinch your ass? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But that day, that place, is where I was fated to be killed. That's right. All humans are fated to die in the end. Does that mean that their lives are meaningless? Of course not. What a person's life means, what it's worth, what it is. These are the things a person decides for themselves. So what if fate's been forced upon you? Don't accept it. Create your own world for yourself. Will, your left arm. Ah, right. I must have forgotten it. It'd be a pain to go back and get it now. There were rips all over Will's body. Also, his left arm had been brutally torn off from the elbow. His clothes were in tatters and he looked like a blood-stained scarecrow. Then Leo noticed. Though this place had once felt like a sea filled with stars, both above and below them, those stars had gathered together and were surrounding them. That huge number of stars, grouped in even-numbered clusters, all glared at the two of them. Will was holding Leon with one arm. He couldn't take his sword out. However, he didn't let go. He was determined to let Leon escape from here and to lead Leon towards the happy tale that the Beatrices had dreamed of. Though the cats were whose eyes glowed in the empty darkness, the queen... Through the cats whose eyes glowed in the empty darkness, the queen of cats who permitted no miracle appeared. Willard, put Leon down. If you do, I'll let you go. Go file a protest with the Great Court. You can put it up for debate. Will, please. I won't leave you behind. Let me tell you why I quit the SSBD. Come to think of it, even I don't know that. Why do you do it? Why do you do it? It's because I got fed up with all those damn sob story mysteries. We're gonna survive and make a happy ending. I'm gonna show her. Beatrice died in despair, thinking that we're only bad endings, and I'm gonna show her that a happy ending can exist. So I'll never put you down. You can take the rest of my left arm, Cat. I'll give you my legs too if you want them. But I'm not letting go of Leon here. I'm gonna let Leon escape your bad ending if I have to crawl out of here. Are you okay with this, Leon? Will's planning to die protecting you. You don't want that, right? Go ahead and tell him to leave you be and save himself. Will? Yeah. Please, don't leave me here. I'll survive, for certain. And so will you. That's the spirit. As he said that, Will held Leon tight. There you have it. We'll keep strangling on, Bencaster. We won't give up on the chance of a miracle. I'm amazed you can say that when the Witch of Miracles had promised you that there will be absolutely no miracles. So long, you two. Go collect dust in the depths of oblivion, unable even to die, and disappear. Come, my kitties. I won't tell you to kill them. There are no more scenes for the two pieces. Put them away. A billion, a trillion, a quadrillion cats all bare their fangs. In the starry sky of cat eyes, countless flesh-cuddled mouth opened, exposing countless teeth. Mamma mia, che animazione! The world was wrapped in flesh and blood and fangs. Ah, caspita, è così che finisce il Tea Party. Madonna, che tristezza! Ok, abbiamo il Tea Party di episodio 7. Il Tea Party segreto. Oh! Quello era lo studio di Fezarin. Two white pieces were set on the chessboard. The countless black pieces surrounding them were packed tightly together, not even placed on the squares anymore. When Bernkastel tipped the two white pieces over and took them off the board, then Bernkastel tipped the two white pieces over and took them off the board. May I end it here? Yes. Your reading truly does fit my ears well, my Miko. As you wished, I've scraped out even the inner parts of the guts. Was this enough to check your answers with? Yes, I am very satisfied. Using the answer you have revealed as a key, I will go back through all tales so far, opening the locked rooms like treasure boxes one by one. It's fun finding the key, and it's even more fun to stick it into all the locks. You have done well, my Miko. From this point on, I would like to enjoy my thoughts alone. This has been enough. The Witch of Theatre Going sat back in a rocking chair, a satisfied smile on her face, as though enjoying a pleasant aftertaste. There was no need for a game board anymore. She just had to go back in her mind through the whole set of tales to check whether her theory was right or not. It seems to leave her pleasantly drunk, even better than the most expensive wine. Are you done with me now? You have done well, my Miko. I absolve you of your duty. I will return to my slumber. I'd like to enjoy this pleasant dream for a few more centuries. And when I grow tired of that, you will find yet another tale to keep me entertained. For those centuries, which will pass in the blink of an eye, I grant you your freedom. Splendidly done, Bernkastel, my darling, darling Miko. That's not my concern. Just shrivel up and die, won't you? So long, for the rest of time. You call a few mere centuries for the rest of time? Fetherin's consciousness slowly faded away. As the owner of the study's slumber grew deeper, the lights about the room slowly darkened. Good night forever, our Aurora. You don't need this game board anymore. I'll take it. Bencastle reached out towards Beato's game board, which lay on the table in front of Fetherin's rocking chair, and tapped it twice. The game board and the pieces flew into the air, folded up and put themselves away, then landed on Bencastle's outstretched right hand. I still haven't had a chance to do any real game mastering. I just did Beato's funeral. That and tearing out the guts. I still haven't done anything. Bencastle's smile twisted evilly. Then the game board floated up once again, and a world unfolded itself above Bencastle's palm. Now, pieces of Beato's game. I'm going to have you spin a truly brutal tale to truly entertain me. Tremble with fear of the absolute fate you have been promised. By the name of Bencastle, Witch of Miracles. And, as the final game master of Beato's game, I proclaim it. Though just saying it would be boring. Maybe I should follow Beato's rules and say it in red. Good idea, I think. It looks like there might still be some witches with naive dreams. Oh, Lambda, so you're here? Of course you are. You're always wherever I am. Go on and say it. Tell those naive dreamers. Yes, I will. As the Witch of Miracles and as the final game master, I proclaim the start of the final game. And I make you this promise. I will not give this game a happy ending. A single girl was crying in a desolate, quiet chapel. She was a small girl, only 6 years old. The girl who would, for 12 years starting now, lament the fact that she wasn't on the island on October 4th and 5th, 1986. Then, a man appeared. The man noticed the girl, walked up to her quietly, trying not to scare her, and put an arm gently around her shoulder. I've been looking for you, ENG. The girl jumped into her big brother's chest and started crying again. What's wrong? Why are you so sad?
今日クラスの子にいじめられたの。テレビでお母さんは悪い人たちとつながりがあったって。だからうちのお父さんとお母さんが犯人で みんなを殺したんだろうってエヴァおばさんにそんなことないよねって聞いたのに答えてくれないの。お父さんとお母さんは悪くなんかないよね。ねえ。
Madonna che male, ok. Today a kid in class bullied me. He said that the people on TV were saying mom and had ties with bad people. So he said that mom and dad were the culprits and they probably killed everyone. I asked Auntie Eva, hoping she'd say it wasn't true, but she didn't say anything. Mom and dad aren't bad people, are they? Are they? Poor Faye. Everyone says whatever they please about whatever they please about what might have happened on that island on that day. Sit over here. When the man pointed to the floor, a group of gold butterflies gathered there and created a chair. The girl obediently sat down on it. You know, don't you, Ni-chan? You know that mom and dad aren't bad people, right? Yeah, of course I know that. I know that none of them were bad people. Then tell me, what happened that day? What happened on Rokkenjima? Okay, I'll tell you. This is what happened on that day. Is it a scary story? Come on. Oh, come now. Is it a sad story? Of course not. Then, what kind of story is it? You can decide that for yourself when you hear it. It isn't a painful story at all, so listen up. Okay, Butler Oni-chan. On that day, we all went to Rokkenjima. There were a lot of us. It was an important day, the day of the family conference. Where should I start? This is the final game made just for ENG. Listen, ENG. This is what happened on Rokkenjima on that day. It isn't sad or painful at all. Abbiamo tips da guardare. L'SSVD l'avevamo già letto, mi ricordo. Sì. Grimoire. Questo l'abbiamo letto. No. In the legend of Tanaba, a Japanese festival held on the 7th day of the 7th month, Orihime and Ikoboshi, are celestial lovers represented by the stars Vega and Altair. The legend states that Orihime and Ikoboshi were placed on opposite sides of the heavenly river that is the Milky Way and forbidden from meeting except for once per year on Tanabata, when the magpies create a bridge across the river to bring the lovers together. However, if it rains on Tanabata, the rise of the river prevents the lovers from meeting and they must wait another year. Shamisen is a traditional string shamisen, okay. Similar to a fretless banjo. The name of the instrument comes from its 3 strings. The membrane stretched over the hollow body of the shamisen was traditionally made from cat skin. Capisco perché l'ha detto Willard. Stavo meglio senza saperlo. Va bene. Allora, Umineko, episodio 8. Twilight of the Golden Witch. Good morning. This farewell is sad for me as it is for you. I've prepared a goodbye party for tonight. A game competition will be included as well, so please feel free to participate. The difficulty is small, but not to be trifled with. As this will be the last opportunity, why not take part yourself?